What's up, guys? Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you got your sleep. You know what? If you, the markets. Um, so I want to start off with a couple things, but first, um, we have the non-farm payroll coming out right now. Um, I have I have had ADHD, they've said, my whole life and stuff like that, but in the mornings I really see it when I try to go through my watch list and my levels. Like when I wake up, as soon as I wake So plus 150, that's good. Wow. What's the SPY doing? Oh man, I don't even. I knew it. Oh my god, the market's gonna go nuts. This is exactly what the market wants to see, guys. That's exactly what the. Oh my god. How does this even? I mean, like I said with the initial jobless claims, right? That we get on Thursday. That's so. Like I've said, that these are people that are filing, right? So it could be a little different because if you were to look at the initial jobless claims, then you would say, well, I thought the labor market is really tight. Like, why isn't it better than expected? Well, it's not because it's people filing. Like, that doesn't count the people that aren't working. They just aren't filing because they can't, right? Or it's not like they're getting unemployment or anything. So that's why I've said in the past, and you'll hear me say it from time to time and reiterate, like, hey, the initial jobless claims can be a little, it could be a little, it could send the wrong message sometimes. So unemployment rate's 3.9, which is ticking up higher. I've said, and I said it on Twitter the other night, we should start to see the unemployment rate start to pick up here in the next 3 to 6 months. I want to say like Q2 of next year, Q1. Now, it's going to depend on what type of winter we have. If we start to get a bunch of snow and we have a really bad winter, you're going to see the unemployment numbers tick up because you're going to say anybody in the construction field or any outside type of work is probably going to get put on hold because they can't work in the ice and the snow and things of that nature. Housing starts to slow up, which it's not, just weather-related things. It'll hit that part of town. So unemployment rate 3.9, expected 3.8. That's good. This is what the market and this is what the Fed wants to say. They need the labor market to soften a bit. 150 last month's 297,000 versus 180 and 190 forecasted. Wow. Wow. That is crazy good. Is this worrisome? Now, if we keep getting numbers like this that are really, like, look at the previous months. 297,000 versus 150. We watch and take notice of the amount of change, at the rate of change from month to month, guys, because you're going to start to see it's going to come in. You're like, what? I thought the Fed wanted the labor market to soften. Well, it's going to come to a point where if it continues to go too much too fast, it's going to be bad news is bad news, good news is good news, because then they're going to say that they're going to start to think that the Fed may have done too much. That's going to be the next question. I said this yesterday. All right, I said this yesterday on Twitter, and you know how the Bears are. They just want to argue. They just want to say things are bad, this and that. Like, that doesn't do anything for anybody. Let's get into some charts, guys. So I'm watching the S&P's 50-day moving average. That's what I'm watching, right? See what we do at this 50-day moving average. You should still somewhat have levels. We were just in this area 2 weeks ago, right? Top side, I think it's right up here at this 50-day moving average, guys, is where I'm gonna look to take the S&Ps at the top of that rally, and you can see we wicked off right there, and that was, I said this yesterday. You can see what we did yesterday, right? This whole area doesn't have much price action, right? You can see here, what is that? 420.50, right? 420.50. Let's go here. Where did we bounce and not look back from? 419, 420. Yeah, so it was a bit lower, right? You just ran. And what did you do here? You just ran. So now we're coming up into that level. So my level is going to be the 50-day moving average, and I need a bounce back, guys. I'm going to look for a bounce back to yesterday's highs. We may not get it. All right, we may not get it, unless we get some other type of news. We still have a so for we're already past it. So this 50 day is going to tick down a bit. I think you got to look for the top of this range. Right? If we don't have any news to bring us down, now I'm not saying in one day, and yes, we've done a lot, but look for your pullbacks into resistance, like yesterday's high, and we'll look to get up to that 435 to 437, that 100-day moving average in, by the end of next week, right? By the end of next week, but you want to buy the pullbacks. We have not tested this level here. We have not tested 418. We just left it. So don't forget about this level, because I haven't forgot about it. They ran us off of this level, right? You never pulled back and really tested this level during market hours. Even this level, right? You did it pre-market. I'm telling you, what happens during pre-market does not matter. When it comes to 9:30 to 4 during market hours is institutional order flow. That's what matters, right? That's what matters. We have gaps. All right, let's get into some stocks that I'm looking at today. I'm going to look at Tesla again. It's up at its 200-day moving average, putting in a pretty decent pattern. So yeah, this previous high. We don't have to go test it. We've been at these low 400 levels for quite some time. I'm not going to sit here and talk too much about the SPY because I want to move on to different things. But I do want you guys to keep this level on watch, that 418 level, right? 416, 418 level, all right? Because if we come in to next week and we start talking about no deal for the debt ceiling, then we're going to be pulling ourselves right back. Then that's going to help with the labor market. That's going to be bad news is bad news, right? And good news is good news. First things first, Apple 174 resistance is what I have. Now that probably just broke, right? That probably just broke because of the report we just got. Topside target I had was the 50-day around 177. Support here at 175. So we'll look to take 175. If we can get a pullback into 175, if this market wants to continue to the upside, we'll look for 175 here. And it just made it resistance. Let's look at this. Let's do this again. Now we got to do everything because I didn't know. I had things planned for an upside and downside. I had things planned for upside and downside. And why do I not have this marked? Why do I not have that marked? Because I have the 50-day. That's what I'm looking for. Right, your resistance is up here. It's an area from 170, 178, 179 area. But yeah, you don't have much resistance until you get to this double top up here. Sorry, I know I am starting to feel a little bit better. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something here. And we're at 174.90. 174.91. Yeah, this is a key level here. What do we have here? 180. Yeah, 180. It's just so ugly because we fell off of this level, and it's just there's a lot of chop here, right? There's a lot of chop. You're gonna notice when we start getting up to this level here, even with the SPY. The SPY not so much, but you notice the price action here, and you're going to start to notice, like the range for the price action is sideways. So look for 178 as your upside target on Apple. Um, do yourself a favor if you're going to play Apple. Just keep in mind like where it closed at yesterday. The average ATR. And I wanted to start out with a few things before I went into this stuff. Keep in mind during the day, and I'm going to try and do the same. I'm not going to try it. I am going to do. All right, so there we go. 175 is acting as resistance. I had 174, but we broke and held it, and we broke it because of that news we just got. So what would we look for? We would try to see if we could get 174 to hold as support, right? It's like 174, yeah. For Apple, if you're looking at Apple. If you want to look at Apple, I would say 174. Because if you look back, you're going to see here, it's like just triple top. And even more so to the left, it's an area that, as you can see yesterday, support, resistance towards the end of the day, and then became support after after hours. Excuse me. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was up here. Yeah, we might have that 50-day become resistance. You can see how it made it support yesterday. It broke it, turned it into resistance after. Pay attention to that. I'm gonna stick with my levels, guys. 176.50. So 176 to 177. It's an area. It's a range. And looking at this intraday chart, I am going to say that I want to see this 176.50 continue to act as resistance. And it's not even being able to get up above here, guys. So, excuse me, sorry. You can see the weakness. All right. We'll see where we're at like 9:15. Okay, let's see where we're at 9:15. We still have a few minutes. Tesla is another stock I'm watching. All right, Tesla was one I'm watching. It broke it. Okay, so we broke through the 200-day moving average. No big deal. Awesome. All right, looking for yesterday's high. All right, you got a double top here. Last time we broke through this level, remember that we broke out and quickly got brought back in. All right, so it's tried to break up and back out to the upside. 225. The 220 area was support or resistance on Tesla. 220 is the area I was watching yesterday. Yesterday left you with a really nice opportunity. You double bottomed right off of the bell at prior resistance, right? Triple top here, kinda double top, call it what you want. And you pulled right into it pre-market, and we talked about this yesterday on the live. Double bottom, and you had a nice trade there. But this thing traded sideways all day. Tesla wasn't the place to be. That was my mess up yesterday. We had things like Roku, Meta, right? All kinds of names. Have a reason to trade something. If Tesla isn't going to move, it hasn't been moving. But I have a technical catalyst that I'm just going to keep it on watch. Now that we've broken back up through the 200-day moving average, I'm going to look for this 200-day moving average to continue to act as, I'm going to see if it can act as support because we've broken up through it. So therefore, I'm going to watch it and see if we can hold it as support. And if we can, we have a decent way up, right? 230 is going to be the 230 is going to be the final, be the final price target that we look for. But there's other names that I'm more interested in. Right, there's other names that I'm interested in. This could give you a nice trade though, right? This could give you a 2-3 day trade. If it does decide to stick to a direction, and this doesn't lead to a failed breakout. All right, because you do look at that, it's already rejecting that prior level. So let's see if it pulls back, holds the 200-day moving average. Okay, let's see again. We got to wait till like 9:15. That's why I usually don't come on until 9. But see if it holds. That 200 day is going to be up a little bit. It should be up by yesterday's close. And we'll look for the pullback. If we think we can get long on a low volume pullback, we'll look to see if we can start a position on Tesla and give it a 2-3 day hold. The thing is, on Friday going into next week options, don't just because don't just you're gonna get premium's gonna get sucked out when you have a 2 day when you try to hold a contract through the weekend. So if me personally, I am not gonna hold through the weekend. It's hard to say what can happen over the weekend, but 220. 220. Yeah, 220 is a huge level of resistance, guys. Huge level of resistance at 220. So we've broken up through there. Let's see if we can hold this level here. Let's see if we can hold 220 and start to make some ground. We'll look for 230 as the final target. Know your levels as you're getting there, right? Know the levels as you're getting there. Okay. You have 225, right? 225 is going to be an area that you're going to get a pullback from. It's going to get to it, and then it's going to struggle a little bit. So don't be nervous like that. Like going into levels like this, you should be putting limit orders if you're in options. Let's say if you buy 10 contracts, right? You should have, let's say if we pull back to the 200-day moving average, right? And this market opens up. This is what I do. Think about when you get that pullback and you get that long. Think about taking, if you buy 10 contracts, think about taking 2 off through the high a day. Like you get up to the high a day and you see that it's like just sitting there, which would be pre-market highs. We pull back, right? And we're getting up to it. Have orders right in front of this level, right? Have orders just sitting here. If we're even able to pull back and hold yesterday's high, which is this turquoise dotted line. This turquoise bar is the daily 200-day moving average. Okay? So we pull back, we bounce. Think about taking profits. Like you can limit order into this area. If you don't know what the option price is going to be, kind of just you're going to have to know with Delta and stuff like that. I haven't made the video, and I said I was going to know what those option prices are going to be. But you should be able to have a good feel if you're watching the option contracts and the chart. You should have a feel about what they're going to be. All right. Maybe just if the spreads are tight, depending on what you're in, market order. Right. I don't suggest it. But I do. I market order and I limit order. I limit ordered out of some yesterday. So just a thought. You get the pullback. Take some pieces off through the high, up at the high, through the high, and then stick to your targets. Final target would be 230. What the heck? Hold on here. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta throw the chat back up. Okay. I need to fix it and get like a clear one. I've been working on that. All right, that's Tesla. Let's go into actual names real quick. Meta had a nice move yesterday. Now I'm gonna get into some names that had earnings too. I'm kind of just still kind of going to go over my stuff. Square. DraftKings is pulling back, but we had some nice earnings yesterday. Man, my ADHD is so bad, guys. I need to go get something for it because it's like really affecting me. Square did really well. Fortinet's on its butt. It's getting killed. It's getting hurt. Net, Coinbase. So we'll go through these. Starbucks is at an area of resistance as well. Okay. Yeah, it's in an area of resistance. Support, resistance, blah, 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 blah. No, come on. Nice. So it's just stuck in a wedge there. I haven't traded Starbucks. I might try to trade it today. That's a break. That's a nice pattern there. If it can hold. I'm going to write this down on my list, guys. I am going to write this down. That's going to be a hold of 100. Let's go look at the moving averages to confirm what we see. I don't know how liquid or not so liquid Starbucks is going to be, the 103 area. Yeah, that 200-day moving average is acting as resistance. You can see here, even the longer term, that might be 98 cents. That might be some good downside. I'll keep an eye on it, but I think you might just be in this range here. If you can hold the 200-day, look for it to get up to 102.05. Oh, it's because of earnings. I'm looking at it wrong. All right, let's get into some names I'm looking at. So there's your range. That's easy, right? It holds 100 to 103. That's your 200-day moving average. What you can do is what I do. Well, I have this. This is what I use to trade with after I fix it. So I'll know where the moving averages are. Why am I looking at balance here? Oh my goodness. And CNBC isn't working for me this morning, which is frustrating. It's really frustrating. I don't know what's been going on. I seen the other day that other people are having problems too. Different cable company, but okay, so it did reject. So then there we go. We'll look for pull back to 97. If not 95, really. Pivot low. I'll watch it and then take it from there. I'm not really concerned about it. I'm gonna look at DraftKings. Oh, it bounced back. Okay. Let's see here. 31.75 is the high. 31.75. 31.75. And you can see why that pullback happened. You can see why that pullback happened at 31.75 because this whole area is resistance. That whole area. And look, it just went up. It filled its gap, right? It filled its gap here at 31.80, right? Roughly 78 cents. And you can see here, it just went right up to it, right? See it? Went right up to it and rejected. A lot of people ready to get out of that thing, been sitting on dead money. If you talk to actual gamblers, they hate DraftKings. A lot of them still, they just don't trust them. Because the thing is, people don't talk about with like DraftKings and stuff, is if you win enough money, if you bet enough, they will try to send you to court. They have in the past. And say that your IP address or whatever was out of state, so therefore, you're not getting your money. And they do that in hopes that you don't spend the money to go to court to be able to get it back to proof yourself. Like, it's crazy that they can do that. It's something I would watch out for. So DraftKings, prior support, right? Gonna look for, what is that? 30.83 to 31. Got a double top up here. Let's look for this level to become resistance. Okay, let's see if it'll become resistance. It's hard to say what's going to happen because of the way the market reacted off of the news. But this is what I'm going to watch for. And you have another small level. It's like it's your middleman, which 31 is where I would like to take the short. So DraftKings 31 or pre-market highs, right? 31 to 31.75. Let it run, let it do what it's going to do. And if you break this double top, then you look for the pullback into like 31.25 is what I'm going to watch for, right? If we end up breaking and holding, we get like here and you see a pullback, look for like 31.25, see if it holds, and you start to see a low volume pullback, and then it starts to bounce and looking like the each time you're going up, you're getting that volume increase. Chances are it's going to break, but I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to break. I'm going to go looking at some other names real quick. I just had to fix my stuff. So this is what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look to get back down to the 50-day moving average, which is this red box. Let me put up the SPY over here. And I want to thank you guys for joining us. If you could, I'm going to take 2 seconds to talk about a couple things real quick while we go through these charts. Don't fight the trend. That's number one. I have this shit written down. Don't fight the trend. If you're in an uptrend and you're coming into resistance or you break it and then that resistance should be support, don't fight the trend. Okay? Don't fight the trend. Two. Why are you in your trade? We have to have no excuses. Listen, I'll get into it another time, but I watched something yesterday. In order to be the best person you need to let's not be stupid here. Let's have common sense, right? If we're going to be looking at things and like me yesterday, like an idiot, after that double bottom right here on Tesla and got that little rally, right? This was just a wick. It was like, boop, and it, which was funny. It was yesterday's high also. Anyway, that was the trade, right? From here to here was the trade, and that's all it did. It just ran out very slow. No trade there. Shouldn't even have been on Tesla. But if you were after that double bottom move, you should have been gone, because names like Meta, look at that. This is what you want to trade. This is a trade. This is what we want. That's what we want. We don't want, all right? We don't want this. What is that? That is not doing anything for us. This is not doing anything. I mean, you can catch this long, but you're not really going to make any money. Why are you in the stock? Okay? We're in the stock because of a stock moving, right? If we know something's going to trade sideways, let's not play it. Why are we there? But the thing is why would a stock move? Well, it's got to have a reason. What would that reason be? Well, that reason could be earnings, right? DraftKings, Square, right? Square, Apple, Starbucks, even though it's illiquid, right? These are things that are moving. What about names from yesterday? Palantir, Roku, right? Maybe there's a second day, maybe there's a continuation or a failed breakdown, right? SoFi, look at SoFi. Had earnings. PLTR. Right? Carvana. Okay. That looks nice. Resistance off yesterday's high. Pull it back. So let's do ourselves a favor, and I'm going to do this myself, is understanding why are we trading, why are we looking at the name that we're looking at. And if you guys could, throw in chat, what are you guys watching? It would help us all. We're here, I'm trying to create not only a community, but a place where we can all come together as a team and having different sectors, and we all have a bunch of eyes on the markets, and it's free 99. That's number one. I don't charge, I don't have a Discord, I don't have this, because the thing is with those other people is you watch them live the life that they live because of you. Because people pay them to just hang out and trade and chart. And they charge extra for that shit. Alright? We're only one person, we only have two eyes. So Meta looks like it's holding 2 days. It goes high. I'm actually curious to see what Meta does today. That's hilarious. I've been curious to know if this is a failed breakout. So don't do yourself a disservice and just be in a name just to be in a name, unless you trade that stock and you plan on swinging. Now, if you want to get a swing trade and the stock's not moving, but you're swinging that trade, that's a different story. Intraday, we need to be in stocks that are moving, that have news. You know what? The best thing we could do is go to right here, CNBC. Right? 5 things to know this morning. No, I want what is moving. All right, Fortinet, Block, Expedia, Apple. Right? These are the names that are going to have liquidity. These are the names that are going to move. Right? All had earnings, all had, have reasons to move. Let's go look at Uber. I hate that CNBC's not working. I don't want to watch Bloomberg. Don't want to watch Bloomberg right now. This is not what I want. CNBC. Dude, what is going on? I fucking hate Xfinity. Oh my god. Alright. I will pull up the Squawk Box as well. Just give me 1 second. So I don't really care to trade that. So I'm gonna look at like DraftKings today, and I'm gonna go back and rechart. I'm gonna go back and look at everything. What time is it? It's 9 a.m. So we need to get ready. All right. So that area of 3075 looks like it's trying to become resistance. Right. It's trying to become resistance. And this was the other level I was watching. See if it tries to hold there. I will look for a double top. We'll see where we're at when the market opens. All right. And if you guys have any names you guys want to look at, throw them in the chat. You want to just say hi. It would help the channel. If you guys could, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It would also greatly help us find someone that would like to be here. All right, SQ. Pulling back. Have a bit of resistance here. What are the Qs doing? Qs broke through yesterday's high. Small double top here. Let's see here. And I'm going to be worrying about executions as well today. I'm really going to focus on my executions. I'm not taking longs unless it's off of an area. Like I need a pullback to yesterday's high. Man. I hate the charts that this market's putting in. I really do. I hate that we're putting in this type of price action. It stinks, man. It really does. I think this might be our range, guys. Let's look for a pullback into this area. I got you. You have to wait for a pullback. Let's pull back in here and then see if we can't get up above that area. Let's see what we do with this 50-day moving average also. That's the other thing you want to look for, is that 50-day moving average. And see if we pull back and hold it. Does that look better? Right? We're up here. See if we pull back and hold it. Um, you know, it looks like you're struggling. I think what is it, 364? You're struggling right up at this area. So I don't know, man. It's just I said it yesterday. They took the move away from us. So I'm just gonna focus on earnings. SQ. I will be watching Tesla though, just to keep an eye on it. Where are we at? Let's do this because it's holding that level. Let's go to the daily chart. What's up, Chris? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, man. Sorry, I was just doing a couple things real quick. All right, so you can see here, Square does have a really nice resistance level. So this might be a nice long. We could get a nice... Where did it go? Shit. I lost it. I lost it. There it is. There she is. So if we can hold... Oh my gosh. I mean, I have time in sales hub, so I can always just see the price. 51.24, but I was trying to just look at the highs. Man, if we can reclaim 52.50, let's do this. All right, if we can reclaim 52.50. Let me do this real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, because I hate that unless you guys know how to, but on Thinkorswim, I know on other like TC2000 and other names, you can. Um, I'm not gonna go with that wick high. I mean, I guess I could if it when I get to the daily, but you can put pre-market on like the on daily. I don't know how to do it, and I hate it. I hate that I don't know how to do it on Thinkorswim, or if you even can. I'm sure you can. You just might have to go in and do it yourself with Java and all that. Look at these levels that I have. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Man, look how SQ sold off. I didn't even see this. Wow. Holy smokes. What a short that was, guys. Wow. Okay. All right. So that is our resistance level, like I thought, right there at that level. 52.91, I got just above it. 53. So square, we're going to write down 53. SQ. 53 is pre-market resistance. So that's our level to go long or short of. That is our level. That's what we're looking for. Can we reclaim this? Can we break through 53? Right? Can we reclaim 53? Because we know it was pre-market support, and we see why it was pre-market support. There we go. We have a gap fill up here, guys. Another pivot low, support area, right? 55. So if we reclaim 53, you break 53, look for the pullback, look for a chance to get long, and then we're going to look for a target. The first area is going to be 55. So target long, one area is 55. You could do, like, here's how I write it, right? R1, R2, R3 as resistance, and then S1, S2, S3 as support, right? Resistance, support, R, and S. That's how I write my stuff down. But we have a gap fill here also, which is right at another area of support. Or what could be, was previous support, which could be resistance. Oh my goodness. Just give me 1 second. Awesome. Yeah, just Whatever, yeah, man. Whatever you need to do, bro. I get it. I want to see if we can get up into this gap fill. I want to see if we can get up into this gap fill with the earnings that it had. What number is this? 57.65. I'm gonna put a box up here because I'd much rather have it actually to the top of this box, which is like at 58 even. I'd rather see 58. All right. I ultimately would like to see upside. Right? Especially if the market's going to go up, I want to see SQ go higher. I want to see SQ get up to 58. So we have a gap fill here also we need to pay attention to. Shit. Sorry, guys. All right. SQ might be a nice trade, guys. SQ might be a really nice trade. That's 50. All right. I'm going to actually make this a dotted line for the to let us know that that's our gap fill. All right. Look at it. It held the gap fill. So let's see if we can hold 53 or 50. SQ. So target long 55. Final take profit fill 58. 55. Let me see what little levels we have in between there. 53 is going to be hard to get through. That's going to be our level, though. At least that's going to be my level. My level is going to be 53. All right. So it's either short at 53. I want to see if we can break it, though. It just feels like it's struggling right now. Not really. It's making higher highs. It is trying to hold that. It is trying to hold that area. It feels like anytime it gets some upside, the drawdowns are much further back than it should be. Like, if it's wanting to make headway, it should be holding this area, right? It shouldn't pull all the way back down here and have a lower high. So I'm a little cautious. I think you have a lot of sellers here. I don't know how the news was with their earnings, like good or bad. Actually, let me put this up here. Let me do this by, okay. I know CNBC will have it on. Let's see here. What am I doing? All right, so the VIX surged more than 15% pre-market trading a day after the company reported third quarter earnings, beat analysis estimates on top and bottom line. Black also showed strong growth in both Cash App and Square revenue while hiking its full-year guidance. So you raised full-year guidance. So 5.2 billion in revenue for the third quarter. Okay, right here. 55 cents versus 57, 56. Or 5.6 versus 5. Wow. So they killed earnings. Nice. See, but focus by. Leadership Buck was the subject of a short seller report earlier this year. Yes, it was. All right. Alright, so I'll watch. I don't know if the market has a thing against Jack Dorsey and whatnot, so I will watch this name. I want to see what we do back at this gap and see if we get some buyers to hop back in here. Right, so $50. That'll be the plan, right? We bounced to 53, can't get through it, short at 53. If we break up above it, I'm going to look for... So let's say if we pull back, right? 9:30 comes, it's 9:15. Doesn't look like we're going to get down there now. I think it might start to sell off, personally. But I want to get short bounce backs. That's going to be your line in the sand. It's like either you're going to get a bounce up to 53, which I doubt because you've tried it twice now, and it hasn't went back up to that area. So I think we get to, I think we break 50. Look at $50 um for the short, and look to take it back down. Let me get downside targets on this too. You have a double top there, it looks like. 56. Let's see what it looks like without pre-market on. I know it takes me forever. I hate that I have such bad ADHD. um, I got confused for 1 second there. All right, let's do this. 44 would be the final take profit on that. And yeah, 46. So, 55. So what do we have? 55. 53. $56. All right, let me redo this. So 53, 55, 56, 58 would be the final take profit. So if we're looking at a $50 long, I'm going to look to take profits in front of 53, 55, 56, and 58. The short is going to be... We'll look to see if we can take profits here at, what is this? You do have a gap fill here at 57.50. It looks like. Yeah, 57.50. All right, let's go back here. I know. See how long it takes me to do stuff? I hate that it takes me so long. Yeah, it already has started to reject it, I think. I haven't looked at it in a minute. All right, so we are holding. So we are still holding $51. That's hilarious. That's funny. Okay. So the short. Man, I think you got to look to go long. Honestly, guys, I don't know. Like pre-market, the earnings call, obviously something happened. It sold off. It's still trying to bounce. I just think it may sell off here. Um, these are my levels, right? We have nice downside. You have just as much downside as we have upside, because it's right in the middle of this whole like fiasco of a sell-off that it's had. So this could set up for a really nice trade. We have $8 to the upside and about 10 to the downside, or 7. So it's about the same. So we're right in the middle. This could be some awesome opportunity. 50 short, and then we're gonna look for 53, 51 break. Just give me 1 second. I'm writing. Okay. So if we do go to the downside, right, and we start to like try to rally, and we can't get through pre-market highs, right? So I'm gonna look to get short up here, and I'm gonna be taking profits, right? My first take profit's gonna be probably around. I'd like to hold to get back down to like 50, right? $50, and then we have some nice downside to 47.50. 47.50, 46, 46, and then final take profit will be at 44. All right. Nice trade there, guys. This could be a really nice trade. This could be a really nice trade. And you can look at the volume and tell people are watching this thing. People are watching Square because it's got a nice setup. It's going to be our resistance, isn't it? It's going to act as resistance right there. So we'll go back and look at the overall markets. And see what some of the things are doing here. So that's my watch list, right? I'm gonna watch Apple, DraftKings, Square, Tesla, maybe Meta. Mostly I'm gonna focus on Square because I think this is where the trade is. So I'm gonna set my charts up real quick. The Qs are holding. Let me get this up. I want to finish the week off strong, guys. I do. I want to kill it this today. If anybody's just joining us, if you could hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It would help somebody find the channel that hasn't came here. What are you thinking about, Chris? I know you said you're going to take it easy today. You know, I kind of did what you did yesterday, right? You were looking at Microsoft, I remember, and I was looking at Tesla. Tesla made a move in the morning, and that was it. You know, I should not have been watching a stock that's not moving. That doesn't do anything for anyone. That causes us to lose money. Look at all these lines that I have. That is ugly. Oh man, so that's rejected. Look at Apple. See if it'll hold that level there. Apple 173. Did I go over DraftKings? Look, DraftKings is breaking down. Alright, so DraftKings, I'm going to look to short at like 37. Man, it might not get there. It might hold this level. What is this thing doing? This thing is just whipsawing. I'd like to get short at like 30, 75, 31. I feel like some of these names are going to turn around. It's at 39, 31.60. Look to get down to this 50-day moving average. I'll have to fix it as we get to it, you know, and change everything as we get there. Man, it looks like the SPY's going to hold and you're going to get like a bounce. Boop. Looks like you're getting ready to bounce. Oh, and look, there it is. It's trying to bounce now. It's a double top on the Qs. Let's look at the Dow. The Dow is just beast mode. And IWM is ripping. Look at the IWM, guys. It may start to catch up. And if it does decide to catch up, there's a trade to be had there. There really is. Maybe I'm going to keep the IWM on my watch list too. So I'm going to add the IWM. I have a lot on my watch list this morning. Hopefully I don't mess myself up and have too much that I'm watching. All right, we got 10 minutes. Oh, man, I hate that CNBC is not working this morning for me on my TV. It's been doing it like, it's been like randomly having stations that it's not working. CNBC. The other day it worked like after no problem. Come on. I guess I'm stuck with it. All right. So, what is this? What do I have up here? The IWM. The IWM is roaring to the upside. would look for, I'm going to make that a 2. And if we get a, that's where I would like to get long. I think we see IWM at 178 today. I do. I think you could see this thing back up to like 178. I know it seems like, you know, a lot, but that's crazy. That's so insane. Like I would need a pullback to 170 to get long that name, and it's not going to give it to us because it already did it. It did it pre-market. We'll see what happens today, guys. I'm really curious. Man, I have no more coffee left. Damn it. All right. So again, I'm just that's what I'm watching today. I'm gonna try and just stay focused on those names. $312.58. I wonder if we get back up here. I wonder if we get back up to 318. It's in a nice uptrend, right? It's had pullbacks and then bounces. Pulled back yesterday. That could be a nice bounce, guys. That could be a nice bounce for Meta at 308. I will put Meta on the watch list. I just think it's done. Like every time it tries to break out, it gets rejected. I don't trust it. I think it's done. I don't know though. Maybe I'm wrong. They do have products now, so it's not like they don't have anything that they can't sell, right? As far as Christmas and stuff that's coming around the corner. All right, let me plug this in. Let's get ready, guys. Stay focused. Take a deep breath. All right. Stick to the script and keep things simple, right? We're at resistance. We're struggling. Get short. You're at support. It's holding. Getting some volume. Get long. Enter in areas. If you haven't done this, spend time working on entries. Spend a week. Spend 2-3 days. And don't try to make money. Try to just focus on the entry. Say, this is what I think the stock's going to do. This is where I want to get short. This is where I want to get long. And try to execute and not make money. And you'll see that if you work on your executions, you should be able to, start doing a lot better. And if you do get profit, take it. Because you're not worried about making money. You're worried about entering. And you start entering correctly, the money should come. Okay? I know I have 1,000 different lines here, but look at that level. Right here. I just noticed at 308. So I thought this was a gap fill. Yeah, this is supposed to be a gap fill. Is that box? Or was a target area or something. Entries. And then you can work on exits. Don't fight the trend. Let's find ourselves in stocks that are moving. Unless you're, swing trading and looking for 2-3 months down the road type of trade. Be patient. See what time it is when you go to trade. When things start moving and stuff. Market's getting ready to open. Good luck. If you guys have any other questions, just let me know. I'm here to help. I'm going to be watching Square. So let me get that up right now. I don't know how options are going to be on this thing. All right, good luck today, guys. All right, Square's starting to pull back. It is starting to pull back. See how it's getting volatile here? Let's see what she wants to do. Let's see what she wants to do. Oh, come on. All right, so there's a bounce. I'm still thinking short on this name. I'm not going to rush. Dude. These options are garbage. It's not even coming up for me. Are you serious? Yeah, of course, right? Of course the options chain is messed up. Does anybody else see that on Square? Is your options chain messed up? It's probably me, because I kind of just opened things up. Okay, here we go. We're good. I'm good. I'm good. All right, so there's a bounce into that area. This thing's going to move around, guys. Square is going to move around. I'm going to go right back. Here I go. Already. All right, so there's a pullback on Tesla. All right, I would look to see if we can get short DraftKings up here. Be patient. I would look for a short here on DraftKings on the bounce. All right, oh man. See, just be patient. Let it do what it needs to do. The resistance level is up here. Yeah, it's decreasing volume. Come on, man. I got to hurry up. The market's bouncing. The market's going to go higher. We don't want to be foolish and not look for a long. If you want to look for a long, you need to get long on pullbacks. Oh, fucking Square. I knew it. You bastard. I knew it. Come on, baby. Give me a bounce, please. Just give me a bounce. All right, so it got into the $50 area. There's still a lot of room on Square. Oh, man. Fuck. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I don't know if there's people on here that are at work or what. I can't believe that. I cannot believe it. All right, so right now, guys, I'm looking at I'm looking for a short on Square. Gonna look at that 5150 area. Man, it's so they're so spready. I don't like this. I hate this thing, man. That's bullshit. Um. All right, guys. I'm gonna take that short here. If we can get another bounce here, see if it tries to hold. It's probably gonna drop out of bed. Hold on. Let me get another bounce. Give me a bounce, baby. See if it gets a bounce here and can bounce back up. Take your time, guys. I got... Oh, no. Wait, I'm not in that yet. I'm not in that yet. Not in that yet. That's what I was looking for. I'm in it. I'm in. I'm in at 2150. 2150 entry. All right. 2150. I'm already up 21. 21, 25. I want to give this thing some time here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Come on. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give us the break. Man, I feel like I should take some profit here, right here at this. I'm going to wait. You know, I'm not going to rush. So, if, again, I'm in a SQ short. I'm in a square short. I just want to see if we can get a break of this 50 level. It's going to be hard, you know, with the market pulling back. This was an area of support. If you're getting in profits, take it, because this thing will whipsaw around on you. It is trying to hold this level. I'm going to take a piece. I took a piece off there because it's holding, guys. I'm not rushing out of this. I still have position on. God, that's a huge trade already, guys. I nailed that entry. Give me the break, and I'm just going to take the rest of this. This thing just paid the hell out of me already. Bang. Make it resistance, baby. Make it resistance. Let's go. Let's go. See, it's trying to hold it. It's trying to hold. I'm going to be patient. Look at this volume bar here. Low volume sell. It feels like it's trying to hold it. Let's go. Let's get the break. Let's get the break. Dude, I just got paid out the ass on that, guys. God, that just made my freaking day. Alright, it feels like it's trying to hold, but this will be... I'll probably get rid of this thing if we... Up here. You know, I'm not going to... There we go. Light volume. There we go. Light volume bounce. It's trying to just... It's trying to make people nervous. I don't like square because I've had bad days with it. If we can't, I may buy back. I'm going to have a stop loss up here around. I'm going to see what we do here. That's where I wanted to see. Damn it. Oh, gosh. I wanted to re-enter this thing. Look at that tail. I can't. Why is it not moving for me? It is moving now. I think we break down, guys. Now, don't worry about wick to wick. You know, you have your stop. This would be it. If it's able to hold it. Let's go. Drop it, baby. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. There we go. Come on, but I know you're going to. You're just trying to shake them out. Shake them out. Shake them out. Come on. That's already a 50% trade there. I took a piece. I only have a few contracts left. I have 3 contracts left. I got filled at 27 cents there. So I am in the clear. I want to see if I can get in this thing at a lower price. I want to see if we can get up here again. I want to see if it'll give it to us. If we get 30 again, I have the last one set at 30 cents. I may try to re-enter it. I have the last 3 at 30-cent limit order. Because I may just try to get back in this with half the size, right? If I get in with half the size, I've made some really good money on this thing already. It's not going higher. It wants to sell off, guys. It doesn't want to go higher. I feel like this is let's see what it does here. It should start to break. Volume's getting lower. Man, I hope this thing just doesn't trade sideways all day and I get stuck watching the stock. Dude, but I got paid 50 cents, man. Or 50% on that first take profit was 50%. I got a banging ass entry, sold it at like 32, 33 cents or something like that. I have to go back and look. I don't know exactly what the percentage is, but I know it was that first take profit, guys, was at 30 some cents. I had a great fill on that and a great entry. That's what makes you a great trader and be able to make good money is getting your entries like your entries are going to that's what's really going to pay you is getting your entries correct. Nailing your entries is really going to help you. Here we go. This should be it. If it's going to break, it's got to do it now. I feel like it's going to do it now. If it's going to do it, it should start to do it now. It was because of that entry I was able to get a really nice payday on that. I mean, we're in it. I mean, hey, if we go, guys, I will probably take a long on this thing too. Like, I'm not scared to take a long either. Look at it rejecting VWAP. Right? Look at it rejecting VWAP. VWAP has been resistance. Man, come on. I'm trying to look at volume. Man, that was... It might try to go higher. See if it holds this level and tries to bounce higher, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna... It's a 2-cent loss. It's alright. Hold on. Just stay tough. Stay tough. I'm well in the green. This is such a small position that I have on that it's not gonna hurt. Man, I just can't really see it. Yeah, let's... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this. Yeah, that's a... Some small loss on those last ones. We got a nice 50% profit. Worst case, I can re-enter at a better price. All right, I don't want to waste the day either. I want to look for some more names. There it goes. See if it holds there. That would be a long entry. If you're long-minded, you know, 50-50 is where you would think, where I personally would think about taking a long. All right, and it breaks. Okay. Is that a failed breakout? We're going to start testing the lows again. You still have not, on a 3-minute candle, guys, you have not closed above VWAP. You have not closed above VWAP yet. It's just trying to shake you out. Man, this fucking candle paid so well, guys. You guys have no idea. What's the SPY doing? Or the Qs. Alright, so the Qs are headed to the upside. Can't say we didn't see that coming. So that's going to put a strain on trying to take a short on any names. Alright, if the overall markets are going higher, don't just think you want to be short just to be short. Alright, I'm going to start looking at a couple different names here. I'm getting bored with Square. Boom. Look at that, the initial morning high. And there it goes. Looks like it's trying to go now. Dude, they pay so big on these drops. There it goes, guys. Bang. Look at that. And look, there's a break. See if you get the retest here. I mean, just from that 15 to 30 cents, that's 100% trade from VWAP to here, guys. You know? So let's see if we can get up here. Now we know. We've broken that level. We got room down to... you have room back down to that 57.50 area. 47.50. Looks like DraftKings wants to head to the downside as well. I feel like, well, it could pop to the upside. I feel like it wants to go down. It's not. That's an ugly looking chart. Wow. What's Apple doing? Going to the upside, going up to that 50-day to reject. That should be a nice rejection area. I'd see if it can pull itself back there. I'd look for a short on Apple. It's beautiful trades today, man. Beautiful trades today. I love it. Tesla going, man. Sheet. 225 was the area of a target. Wow. Tesla's got momentum, guys. Damn it. Be careful, though. It actually isn't that much volume. Look at that. Pulling back. See if AMD can catch a climb, guys. That's a low volume pullback. It's up above it. You could look to get to like 112 on AMD. Or hold on, right here. Could be. Man, my legs are hurting. Man, I don't want to waste a day. I need to take advantage of today. On 15 and 116, you have a gap fill there. So there's a nice hold of the 100-day moving average. It looks weak. Looks like it's going to trade sideways maybe, unless you get a bounce here. Yeah, you could get a bounce here, guys. Get a nice bounce there. That's a tough level, though. 110. All right, let's see here. What do we got? What we got? What we got? What we got? What do we got here? Just give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, AMD looking like it wants to pull back. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. So it looks like Square got back up here to that trend line. Yeah, I had that feeling that it was going to potentially just trade sideways. All right, DraftKings. All right, DraftKings. It's still struggling up here. I would watch that sell volume right there too. That could be a double bottom gap up. Let's look here. I don't know what's strong today. Come on. Come on. What do we have here? What else reported? What's Roku doing? Even though I don't want to trade that. And look, there goes Meta. Meta's trying to go higher. Tesla. All right, look at Tesla pulling back. It broke through that level. See if it can't hold it. And then we look to take it to 230. 230, baby. 230. It's already up 3%. Damn. And it's already ran a shit ton. Man. There are a lot of tails up here. I'm going to keep that on my radar. 227 or that high 227 mark on Tesla if this level holds. So I would watch, guys. You know, it would be tough to get to 230. You can see the selling is trying to increase. It decreased on the way down. You probably you know, it's tough. Do you take a long here? You know? You got what? What's your risk to reward? You got to ask yourself that. You going to give this thing $1 to make 4 or 5? You going to give it, you know, back down to low a day? You're going to give it to this level? You know, what are you going to give it? I personally don't know if the risk to reward is there to take a Tesla long. It's already at highs. And when do you think the Qs and the SPY are going to pull back? You know, doesn't mean Tesla has to because it's still on its lows, but this is insane. Let's just go long for the hell. It's like I do want to just participate in this ridiculousness of what is the market, but I've got a nice trade on Square, man. That trade just really put a smile on my face. Damn, there's. I mean, guys, you could take the long here. That's a nice setup. Look, it breaks through it. It broke through it on. No, that wasn't an increase in volume, but still, it's. You know, break, pull back, boom. Man, they're up so much. I should have taken it, but what are you gonna do? It's. This is crazy. That's so crazy. Oh my god.
Coming up, the ISM non-manufacturing PMI for October, 51.5%. NEXI, next immune, continued light volume halted at the highs now, up 5 cents now, $3.77. LILM, Lilium, copy here, Lima India, Lima Michael.
So I'm just going through some tickers. Carvana's going. That means AI is probably going too. You know how they trade in sync with one another, right? AI because of Carvana. Um,
51.8 versus
51.8.
on the ISM
Ha!
manufacturing PMI.
This is
ISM
hilarious.
manufacturing new orders
Oh my
55.5
gosh.
versus 51.5 expected.
This is hilarious. Oh my
S&P
gosh.
futures getting another pop
ISM
near to a
services
high
51. Look, they're lower than.
51.5
Oh my god. That's so
on
funny.
that data.
This is so funny. This is so funny. Oh my goodness.
Report Wall Street Journal said Netflix waves streaming live boxing match. That's November Foxtrot Lima X-Ray and FLX. Netflix shares off the highs now.
Oh my goodness. This is no. This is the rally. The rally is done. Looks like SQ isn't going to move. What else reported yesterday? Let's see what else reported yesterday. So Tesla pulled back off of that level. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom. DraftKings 14. All right, here's a pullback on Tesla here. That might not be good for Tesla alone. All right, here I am looking at names I shouldn't be looking at. Yeah, a lot of them are at resistance. What's this do to Square? Because it was a bit weak. If the markets try to pull back. Man, I'm looking for Square to just get pulled back. I don't know if it's going to, though. It's already oversold. It looks like it wants to go higher. If I was just to tell you, just to give you any insight on the volume. All right, come on. All right, come on. Come on. I'm trying to think of some names here. I'm like drawing blanks. Um, so energy's pulling back. Looks like semis are doing pretty well this morning. Oh, you're kidding me. You little asshole AMD. I think you gotta watch these like Cloudflare and Net type names. Um, with everything that's going on, like Palo Alto, Fortinet, and stuff like that. Um, it did bounce. See, it is bouncing because of everything that's going on, and Bob has been ripping. I don't think very many people are seeing this. Dude, did Tesla pull back? Did Tesla pull back? If you were to look at those calls, you would think that Tesla is on its ass. See what it does there, right down here at 2223. All right, let's see here. I was thinking of a buy opportunity there. Yep. And there's the buyers just coming right back in. Qs have a lot of volume there, guys. Um, just be aware. Man, need to find. Dude, SQ just, it wants to go down. I know it does. It's not doing anything. Come on, man. Of course the Qs are going to bounce there. Look at Carvana. Oh my gosh. All right, see if Apple bounces here. See if it can bounce back to... Oh, okay, it did. It did bounce to that rejection area. I wonder if it's a short. I mean, the volume's pulling back. I would assume we would get a bounce here. I just think that area up there at the 50-day is too much. I feel like your sellers are sitting there. And it's not like you had that bad of an earnings call. It's not like it was bad. We need to get some players in here on Square. Come on, Square. Just drop it down. Drop it down, man. Like, I want to see some follow through on this name. It's not doing anything for us. It's still got volume to the upside, and I don't like that. The volume, the 1 minute volume's to the ups. Oh, that's a 3 minute chart. It's such an ugly, like, you're just putting in a range here. Alright, bounce, pull back, bounce, pull back, bounce. That was actually a nice bear flag right there on the 3 minute. That's actually a nice bear flag on the 3 minute. Boom. It's just failing to break down. And those contracts are still holding up, believe it or not. Let's see if this is it, and see if we can get a trend here. You got a lot of buyers sitting there at the high 40s. What do you want to do? What do you want to do, Square? Are you going to give us any of these levels? You're going to give us any of these levels? Like, I want to get short again, but it's not giving me follow through, and I don't like that. It's just bouncing, and maybe this is the trend, but the volume's getting lower. See how the volume's falling off? That sucks. It sucks. But I guess maybe it's going to start now. Even if you get down here, though, it's like you still have buyers down here. Just doesn't want to give us any continuation, it seems like to me. Oh, unless we start to get the market behind us, you know, maybe it doesn't give us the continuation then. Here's the bear flag, breaks down, see if it bounces up and starts to reject this area again up at like 49.88. What else did we have yesterday? I know Carvana. We had Carvana. DraftKings. Palantir. I didn't even really... I'm getting hungry. Just want to see what the overall market's doing.
failure to launch at Papa Charlie Tango.
I'm just looking at some names, guys. Just give me 1 second. Let's look at semis again. AMD. So there's 110 resistance. It's rejection on that. That could be a nice double top on AMD and look for it to start to pull itself back. I might try for a short on AMD. Just be careful. It may not be, the follow through may not be there. It's going to go without me. I know it is. It did bounce off the 100-day moving average, but if we can't break up through that level, I want to see if we can start to get a pullback on it. AMD is already up at its highs. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here. It may not be a stock that's in play, guys, so don't let me deter you from anything. I'll come back and look at it. Look at it. Look at it bouncing right up to that level. And then, boop, there comes your sellers. It's hilarious. The buyers are still holding it up. Look at them coming through. It might hold that level. Am I missing anything that reported or anything? Do you guys see anything with relative strength or relative weakness? Is there something out there that I'm not seeing that is strong or weak? I'm going to thank each and every one of you for the likes. If you're just joining us, if you could, hit the like button, subscribe. It would help somebody find this channel and it would help the channel out. We do a free 99. We do a lot of cool stuff here. 1, make money. 2, manage risk. 3, bunch of cool shit. Bunch of cool shit. Like we blow shit up. We do all kinds of shit. That was a joke. That was an inside joke. Fuck, man. I am dying to get me a beautiful trade in for the weekend. Listen, I had a beautiful trade on Square, man. I just got paid and a half on Square. It was a nice trade. Man, if we start getting another long here on Tesla, let's do it. Let's think about it. Let's think about a long on Tesla. I know it's stupid, but the markets are going to bounce. That's the area right there. Just hang on. I know a lot of people are looking at that and saying, yeah, Tesla looks like a beaut. Tesla looks real good off that level. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. I took a small long there. See if I can't get a nice scalp. I will not mess up what I did, what I made earlier. Let's go, baby.
Barkin said, I'd like to think markets are responding to data.
Yo, what? No.
Expects markets to reflect incoming economic data.
Shit, I cannot get back. That was such an. I hate you, Tesla. Fucker, man. Fuck! God damn it, man. I just gave back a little bit of what I made off a fucking Square. Fuck, I knew I should have just taken that quick ass fucking profit. Motherfuck, bro. I was sitting pretty too. Here we go with the over trading. Of course, fucking dumbass news had to come out. They're just fucking with motherfuckers on Tesla.
Barkin said, I'm not sure 25 basis points is answer to all the world's problems.
Look at that. I can't believe that. It was trying to push too. And here we go. Right? It just fucking. That's crazy. Oh my god. Unfucking believable. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Barkin said, focused on understanding behavior of price setters.
I ain't going out like that. Square is obviously weak. I just don't know if I want to get back in Square. I just feel like I'm going to get dicked.
Some evidence price setters see declining power, but many still have it.
I just feel like I'm going to get dicked. If I try to get back in the Square, it's in a downtrend. You know, I want to take it. Maybe I take it and I hold on to it and get back in the green. I just don't want to overtrade and give back everything I made on Square. That's what I don't want to do. That's what I don't want to do. But if I don't take it, it's just going to trend lower all day and it's going to get to our targets. I am. Thank you. I am. I am starting to feel a little bit better. That's why I say I was going to have the camera on today, but I didn't. Damn, man. I can't believe that just happened on Tesla. I can't believe that happened. And now I can't take Square either because they're already up from 29 cents to 36 cents. I'm still green on the day, but oh my god, I cannot believe that just happened with Tesla. I just said to myself, take it. It was up a few cents. Take it. And I got dicked on it. I got dicked on that move. As soon as it was trying to just extend a little bit, guys, I was trying to take this right here, and I was going to exit out of the trade. Right there. I guess it got there, but I was just trying to get like one extra little push out of it because the contracts were getting ready to change again. That extra like 5 cents, few cents there, we're gonna flip the contracts green like more, and I should have just taken the freaking position off. I had it up. I was gonna take it off up here, and I didn't expect, but I wasn't paying attention to this Fed news that's coming out. Unbelievable. It's what I hate over trading. I hate it. It's my worst fucking, like, it's just one of those things that just really irritate me. You get a really nice good trade on and you didn't have enough size on it, and then you get something like that Tesla trade that makes you gun shy, and now I was scared to take Square again because I don't want to over trade and screw things up, and then it drops and gives you a 10 cent not really 10 cents, but you know, it gave you 28 cents to the low 40s, high 20s. Like that's, you know, that's a 30%, 25% trade there. Man, unbelievable.
Barkin said hearing more evidence of middle income consumers high-end consumers not cutting back, good chance consumer economic it will place really tweet.
I was hoping Square was going to give us a follow through. How did you do today, Animal? How are you today? Number one, and how was your morning, or how was your afternoon? I mean, how is your trading, and how are you personally?
Barkin said office and older real estate are under pressure.
Look at the cues. They're pulling back now. TLT pulling back. Let's see what we got going on here, because if we can get the markets to pull back, that might help us with Square. Right? That might help us with Square. I took a position on Square there. Oh, hold on. Give me a bounce. It's not going to give it to you. I don't have it on yet. I don't have it on, because the market should bounce. We're going to have an inside day.
Barkin said hope and expect to see more progress lowering inflation. Still, rate cut still a ways off in my mind. S&P futures pulling back on the during the Barkin comments. Barkin said not spending time thinking about government borrowing costs.
I can't believe that, man. I can't
$1
flippin' believe that.
Barkin said size of deficit deserves attention.
Does anyone see anything with like relative strength or relative weakness? Something that's like getting gutted? Anything? Like something that's moving? Expedia, Fortinet, I've already looked at those. FTNT, Fortinet should be a buy. Peach. I guess now would be a bounce, a dip buy for Tesla. Yep, what I said. There's your dip buy for Tesla. Brutal, man. That's frustrating as hell. Dude, guys. I'm telling you, guys. I had a beautiful trade on Square. I mean, so much on that, and I gave back a little bit more than I wanted to. Yeah, did you? Yeah, you just took my $300. That was me. You got that 300 from. Anyway, you want to give that back? I'm just playing. I'm still green on the day. I'm still green on the week, thankfully. From that fall Tesla. That's nice. That's nice, buddy. This was my long right here. I was on it a bit late, and again, I was like, just because I could see that the contracts were getting ready to go up just a little bit more, and then the news with the Fed member came out and kind of messed me up.
Martin said financial conditions are volatile now that policy
But that's
is
awesome. I'm
very
glad to see that. And there's your bounce. Should bounce to, like, on the Qs 365.81, 365.50 was that target. To be resistance to put in that lower high. Candles might start getting smaller here. Man, I was really hoping Square was going to actually give us something today. But it's just being a little joke of a stock. It's 10:30. Like, come on. I'm starving, but I don't want to eat yet. I did see that Alibaba was headed to the upside. It was doing pretty nicely today, or at least pre-market. FSLR, what's it doing? It's pulling back. Okay. Nvidia. Let me see here. Looks like you're struggling up at that 100. Yeah, and they just set it on Bloomberg. That's hilarious. CNBC isn't working for me today. Yeah, that was a nice rejection of your 100-day moving average. You are up at that level, at 440 psychological level. You're bouncing off that pivot high. It's got to hold it. Man, that's rough. If Nvidia can't get through the 100-day moving average,
Barkin said big risks to over and under tightening monetary policy, says so far Middle East turmoil has not affected data.
let's see here. I'm gonna go put on another cup of coffee real quick. Um, Maybe it could. AMD looks like it wants to break up through that level, that 110 level. Intel's pulled back. ARM. Look at ARM, man. It was really strong this week. Just a monster. Or, no, yeah, come on. It didn't change. Look at that move, guys. I watched it yesterday, and I'm like, shoot, I missed it. But I guess it isn't. I could have swore it did a little bit better than that. I could see it pulling back to like 51, 51.30. I can't believe I gave back some profit on that Tesla. I cannot believe that. I thought I was in the damn clear. Um, we still have a lot of time. I want to see. Man, I just want to see if Square can pull back to like $47. Like, that's it. Is that too much to ask for? I see why it's holding on here. Okay, I see why now. I see why. I see why it held there. So 49 to 48.85. So see what it does at this level. Maybe it'll trend downwards all day and we can get a nice profit off. on this thing. I will. I will. I promise. I haven't left yet. I don't want to, I want to, but I don't want to because like you can't get this time back. From 10:30 to 11, things start happening. You can't get that time back. Especially on a Friday. You got to get it while get it. You need to get to while the getting's good, I guess you could say, right? Man, look at that down move on Tesla. Look at that trend down, guys. Fuck. What's the vote? Do we hold 221 on Tesla and get like another like lower high VWAP test? Does it bounce? Or does it just trend lower? Fuck, man. That sucks. I hate to see stocks move like that and not have a position on. Oh shit, DraftKings. I forgot about DraftKings. That's another one. I just want to find something that's moving. Like, the DraftKings isn't even moving. Expedia, Fortinet, we looked at that. Carvana moved a little bit. The thing is, if you guys see Carvana start to move, you can always, it's the funniest thing, a car company and an AI company, but you can always expect to AI is going to follow right in its tracks. AI and CVNA, they are one of a kind. They're two peas in a pod, I should say. So, yeah. Alright, I guess I might do a bowl of cereal. I didn't grab any Red Bull last night, so I don't think I have Red Bull in the fridge. Dude. Man, I really helped myself out with that Square trade this morning and then I'm sorry I keep talking about it, but it's just frustrating me that I gave back that Tesla trade. Can't believe I put it on. That was so stupid. This is why we need to follow the road. I need to follow the roadmap and stick to it. And don't do anything outside of it. It's a nice break. Test on Apple. Qualcomm and Roku. I haven't looked at them. Roku's still going, guys. That's crazy. SoFi. SoFi. Oh man, look at SoFi. Fudge. Yo, this trade here, guys. You guys want to talk about a trade? You know what you could have gotten off of this? Holy smokes. That's a trade I want. That's it. I'm going back to SoFi. I'm sorry. So one of my favorite correspondents on CNBC is Liz Young. Her beautiful face. She's such a beautiful, smart woman. She is she's my favorite person on CNBC. And she works for SoFi. I just like Liz because she's a realist. Like, I don't know. They all are too, but I don't know. I just have a crush on her. I don't know. It's just just a person I like on CNBC. So anyway, she works for SoFi. And I wonder if we're going to be getting an island reversal here. Because you have a nice gap up. right? Gap up. And it looks like we're pulling it back. If we can't hold the 50-day, and look what it was, right? That 100-day moving average acted as resistance. So, this could be a play to look at for next week if this 50-day moving average holds today. Look for one more test back to it early next week, and we will look for that short, and we will look to take that short down to here. And what else are you going to have there? You're going to have the 20-day moving average and the 90 MA meeting your ass right there. Beautiful trade. That if anybody wants to know what is a setup, like when people say wait for the setups and this and that, that's a setup. If you ever wanted to know a definition of a setup, we just got the rejection. You have a really nice level right here. Let's see if this level breaks. Right? We might be able to take this trade today. Might have already done it. What a trade, man. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. I don't know how I didn't see that. Well, now we know. The 100-day moving average, it doesn't like it. MACD in 3 minute has given a crossover and has it making a top, so I think it will go down. 20. Okay. You said square, right? Dude, it paid me so well this morning. Like, it gave me over 50% in like 2-3 minutes. I had to take it. I got this crazy nice flush, and I said in the pre-market game plan that whether I'm taking it to the long side or the short side, which I will let you guys know. We struggled up here. I got a really nice entry, and I said the 50 was going to be the level. 50 was the level we were going to watch for. Okay, you said 3 minute, right? Do you have pre-market on or off? That would be my next question. And there's a reason why I asked, because you got to remember, the time factor going into your moving averages. Like one's gonna tell you one story, and then the other's gonna tell you a different one, like with and without pre-market. But I didn't know which one you were. If you were talking about, you said square. Yeah, square. All right. So 3 minute MACD cross. Let's see if that momentum ticks up. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I think. Because what I'm seeing is this is the bounce. I mean, you could stay red. Like, look at that. Look how that just stayed red. I think you can get, this thing to start going lower. Start to work, like you say, work yourself up. And even put in a lower high. I need to check my stuff. It's all good, bro. It's all good. It's all good, man. Come on, let's pull it back. Pull it back. I just don't think it's going to. The market should start to pull back a little bit here. It's holding it as support. This might be the support area for the markets. Or at least for the Qs. I'll have to look on my chart because I have different levels marked out from the past. Yeah, just be careful out there. Man. Now I feel like I should have sized up even more. Like that is the part of the two emotions that the market brings out of you, fear and greed. I'm going to say I'm one that's not greedy, right? I'm not greedy. But I could, now I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why did I take Tesla? But more importantly, like, why didn't I just size up even more on that square? But I made really nice money on it. I need to not think like that. It was just a thought that started going through my head that I had to acknowledge. Because we're human. Like, shit like that's going to happen, you know. It's just, it's going to happen. I could see a really nice pullback to 220 on Tesla. And see if it holds. We do have a gap fill there. 217.40, 220. All right, let's go look at Nvidia. I'm gonna go get a bowl of cereal. Look, Animal, tell him, bro. Animal is an animal. He just literally said, bro, I think Nvidia is gonna go higher. What'd it do? It's on a run. Look at AMD. Holy shit. All right, what's Tesla doing? Dude, why is my chart frozen? Sorry to yell in the mic. Come on. Come on. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. We're getting I don't know what's going on. I'm going to turn on a squawk box for us. If it's too loud, let me know. Because there's definitely something going on right now for somebody's talking or something for this market to react like the way that it just did. Apple, Dick NG, SoFi. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I love it. I love that. Said this ain't my first rodeo, bro. So you come over here, I forget what I was gonna say. I was gonna make a joke. Alright. SQ. Just roll over. Just roll over, Square. It had good earnings. Something was obviously said on the earnings call that they didn't like. I just want to stock the move before, because this is about it. We got a few more minutes left. Actually, it's 11 now. Oh shit, Uber. I didn't even chart out Uber. Rofu. Roku. JP Morgan. UNH. UNG. UNH. UNH. Wow, Starbucks made 103 support, guys. Look at Starbucks. That's the winner. Starbucks is the winner. Double top up here though. 103.50. Wow. Holy cow. I did not expect that. I mean, we do have some resistance up here though. 103.75. Isn't it innovative sports tip? 1979. 1989. Yeah, tell him, bro. You show up with respect. You put some respect on my name, right? Motherfucking in this business for 14 years. Tell him. That's hilarious. That's funny. You better tell your dad. Dad, you better put some respect on my name. I've been doing this shit for 14 fucking years, bro. When I say something moving, I'm telling you, it's moving. Don't doubt me. Oh, shit. That's funny. Alright, I promise. 2 seconds. I'm making a bowl of cereal. Alright, Starbucks is pulling back off of that level. MACD crossover. RSI pulling back. Probably get the RSI to come down to like 43 or so. If we can get get that to move back down. We could get a small little short here. Test 101.73. It would probably take a little bit the way this stock moves. But I know it's not the funnest names to try and trade, but and the Qs are, I feel like the Qs are sitting flat. They're up, but I feel like that 366 is, man, I would love to see the Qs just pull back to pre-market. And when I mean pre-market, I mean early pre-market at like 363 area. 362.80s. I'm not sure if it'll give us that, but I want to see if I would like for it to give us yesterday's highs. And down here. So yeah, I'll be right back in 1 second. I'll be right back. I was just kidding, buddy. I'll be right back. 1 second. Watch pre-market highs for the Qs if it can't hold up. Semiconductors are really strong. So, given that, you know, the markets may not give you... Look, notice how more things are turning red now. You see that? More things are turning red. It's not as green on the one-day performance. Actually, I'm glad I clicked that. Fool. Come on. Yeah, so it was energy. Now you're starting to get healthcare, right? Healthcare is starting to turn green. Look at credit services, right? Starting to turn green. Palo Alto, Fortinet. Man, Fortinet's down 16 points. If anybody wants to think about a stock to buy for their long term, FTNT is on that list. If you don't own Fortinet, I would seriously have looked at that yesterday and this morning to buy it. And that's why it's heading back to the upside, because that's a really good price for this stock. It was actually a ripper during COVID, which it's crazy to think now. But look at 2019, right? COVID sell-off. This stock was $14, and you hit a high of $80 some. $75 to $81. I still don't know if that's as big as my Moderna trade though. Moderna, I averaged in at that thing about, I want to say like $18 to $25 was my average cost basis on that. And that flipper went to just under $600, or just under $5. Yeah. Talk about a winner. That's actually, they just had earnings too. Yeah, it was right around in here. So 30. Yeah, it's like 30, 25. Yup, right here. Boop, boop. 29. Yep. All right. All right. Let's, enough of that. Let's go to. So if healthcare goes red, that should help bring Moderna down. So let's keep an eye on this chart here, and we'll start to notice like everything that's green and bright green. See if it starts to get dull, and start going to the red. See if that you're then you're sensing the pullback, right? Things are pulling back. JP Morgan pulling back. Apple just stuck. I'll be right back. Again, I'm here. I'm just making a bowl of cereal. I will be right back. No, no, no. Come on. Sorry, guys. I don't know what that was. All right. Let's see here. Give me this. Connect. Give us some CNBC real quick. I'm going to watch Square.
On Indian Creek for over $140 million. Brokers say he's likely going to tear down those existing mansions, build a new one. His new neighbors include Tom Brady, Carl Icahn, Jared Kushner, and Ivanka Trump. David?
Ken Griffin's got nothing on Bezos.
Yeah, did you guys see that? Jeff Bezos had moved, and you can't blame him.
Ken Griffin?
I think so.
Right? You're saving $70-some million dollars
I'll leave the rest of the show with Sarah and Carl.
in taxes. That's insane. It's ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna make a bowl of cereal. I'll be back in 1 second. Oh my gosh, look, as soon as I go to get up, it looks like the Qs wanted to make another run higher.
Fomc.com.
Happy Friday. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. A lot to get to this hour. A Goldilocks jobs report. Economist David Rosenberg here with the breakdown.
I am back. Just let me finish eating the cereal real quick. Tesla's pulling back, man. What a short.
Plus an earnings triple play. First up, cash. Block CFO with us with a look at the company's blowout quarter and the future of fintech.
Then the consumer, the CEO of Restaurant Brands, on spending trends, inflation, and, quote, trying to reclaim the flame.
The chip trade, the CEO of Microchip on the state of the sector as the industry tries to recover from what was a rough October.
But first, a look at the markets. Stocks continuing their celebration of lower bond yields, poised to close out what has been the strongest week of the year. Bond yields continue to drop. The 10-year yield down more than 26 basis points in the last 5 days. We're down into the 4.5 region on the 10-year yield, Carl, and every sector is higher right now except for energy. The latest fuel for that bond rally, the October jobs report. Lower than expected number, taking heat off the Fed as it hesitates to raise rates again to stem inflation. Last
Yeah,
hour,
I got you, buddy.
Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin emphasizing that he thinks rate cuts are not in the cards right now. Listen. Oh. We don't have the sound from that, but basically said that that's still a far way away. He wouldn't commit to whether he was done hiking or whether he'd be in favor of stopping hiking in December. Said he just wants to see how inflation plays out from here. Joining us is Rosenberg Research founder and president David Rosenberg. David, welcome. I mean, these are the kind of numbers that you have been expecting to see for a while now. Weaker headline job growth, higher unemployment rate, weaker wages. What do you think it signals about where we are?
Well, I think that it does signal a significant loss of momentum, which is, I guess, a no-brainer considering that we came off 4.9% GDP in the third quarter. The Atlanta Fed, I think, really kicked things off, Sarah, cutting its number down to 1.2 for the fourth quarter. So if you believe that number, you had to believe that employment was going to follow suit. So today's number didn't surprise me. I think the downward revisions really help explain why we had that outsized, but really what proved to be an artificial run-up in the previous 2 months. But I think that the economy is losing momentum, and I think that the people that threw away the recession call into the garbage bin because it didn't happen yet are going to be putting that call back on in the opening months of next year.
They're not yet. I mean, we talked to Jan Hatzius in the last hour. We talked to Tom Barkin of the
Holy
Richmond
smoke.
Fed. There is still a feeling, and I think you're seeing it in
Wow.
the market too, and
That's
certainly in
crazy.
the equity market, David, that the economy can come in for a soft landing. If the Fed is done raising rates and we continue to see progress toward a bit weaker economy and lower inflation, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to head into recession.
That's today's narrative. Firstly, the recessions
Look at
always
yields.
start.
Wow, look at the
after the
2-year.
Fed is
Back down to
finished with its
4.
tightening cycle. The recessions don't usually occur while the Fed is still tightening, and
4,
so
8.
those are the lags. And actually, I think those
Sorry.
of us
Don't
that were
talk
wiping
with food in
eggs
my mouth.
off our face because we were calling for recession a tad too early. It reminds me a lot of what I was saying
Wow,
back in
4, 5.
2007. I was early to a fault, but the recession came in December of that year. I mean, to
Wow,
say
look at
recession's
the
not going
30-year
to come
too, 4,
after the most
6.
pernicious tightening cycles since 1981.
Let's look at the dollar.
To me, is a low odds bet. The reality, when you look at the historical record, is this:
There it is.
recessions actually start 2 years after the Fed's
There it
first
is.
rate hike. And the Fed's first rate
We
hike
told
was
you,
March
look,
of 2022.
this here.
So that puts a bullseye.
I told
on
you,
this
this is what
business
we were
cycle
waiting
in the
for, and I
first
said it
quarter
could take a little
of
bit,
next year.
right? Look at the
I would say
divergence.
that,
And
we're
what
building
gave
upwards.
me
If we
that
get in a soft landing, I don't think a soft landing is a permanent state of the economic cycle.
was the,
soft
was the
landing,
Euro US
which can
dollar.
last a year, and we've been in a soft landing.
Right?
The soft landing
Look at that.
historically is just a bridge between.
Look at the bullish
economic
divergence,
expansion
and I
phase
said
and
that
the
square right
contraction
there is
phase,
where I
which
was
think
looking
will be
for it to
next year's
pull back
story.
to.
You remind
To
me
bounce.
of Deutsche today, David. They write we've been in
Didn't
the
quite
hard
get
landing
there,
camp
but-
for almost 2 years. That said, the economy's been resilient. If we get through Q4 and Q1 without it occurring or pointing that way, we have to question whether our indicators are
Next
relevant in
time
this
I
cycle.
do
Would
stuff
you
like
agree
this,
it has to be done in the next couple quarters?
Help remind me to be low.
I would say that.
Let me go throw some more
100%,
cereal in my bowl real
that
quick.
If we don't start seeing it by the first quarter, then I guess we'll all have to just pen a report called "The Business Cycle's Been Repealed and Interest Rates Don't Matter." But the reality is that it's like back in 2007. I'd be on your show and you'd be saying the same thing. Where's this recession you've been calling for? But back then, the Energizer Bunny, called the consumer, had its battery extended because of mortgage equity withdrawal and cash out refinancing, the last vestige of the housing bubble, and that kept the consumer going until it didn't. And remember, the recession started in December 2007, and not even the Fed saw it, and really only me and Dick Berner on Wall Street actually were calling for recession back then. And this time around, the lags have been extended because of the last vestige of the fiscal stimulus that was unveiled back in March of 2021. But the reality is that, as Powell keeps on saying, these things operate with lags. I was very encouraged today. I guess if you're saying, why would the stock market rally and the bond market rally? Well, I think that both markets just love the fact that the wage number at 0.2 and the 3-month trend is getting down towards 3% at an annual rate. And we got the unit labor cost number. Nobody talks
Nice
about
job,
the
bro.
productivity. Unit labor cost
Nice
number
job,
of the
dude.
third quarter,
Nice job.
-0.8 sequential. So the big concern that we're going to have this wage price spiral with or without UAW strikes or other strikes, that the wage numbers are actually decelerating very nicely. And I guess you could argue that's good news for both asset classes.
But couldn't you also argue, David, that the consumer is just not
That's
showing
awesome.
signs
I'm
of
actually
going into
thinking about it
recession?
too.
I
And
mean, there still is a
dude, we
healthy
could end the
demand
day
for
up
labor.
here
There
at
still is a
450 and
historically
fill that
low
gap.
amount of Americans
have a gap
filing for
fill here.
jobless claims each week. And then
Gaps
if you listen to some of
love
these
to
more,
get filled.
and you could say that's lagging, but if you look at some of the more real-time indications from companies,
Just let me
we're getting
finish
on
this cereal
earnings,
real quick and I'll be
and
right
I know
back
a lot
on.
of them are in the services sector, but just today, Live Nation and Expedia and even Starbucks, and we're going to talk to restaurant brands in a few minutes here, but nobody's talking about a consumer that's falling apart.
It's
They're
up
talking
2%.
about strength, and maybe they see some
If we
weakness in
can
the
hold,
low-income cohort.
If we pull back and
but
hold
nothing
this
broad-based.
50 day, look, it's already trying to do it.
I think
Damn
Apple's
it.
guidance. I
was gonna say, I kinda wouldn't mind getting long with you guys.
And then in the next few weeks, we'll be hearing from Walmart and Target and Macy's, and I think that their guidance is going to be very important. But I would ask you the question that if you're right that the consumer is in such great shape and we're going to have a terrific holiday shopping season and that the U.S. consumer is super strong, why was there no retail sector employment growth this past month? I mean, there was no growth in retail employment. So the retailers might be telling you something about what their outlook is. And when you look at that 4.9% GDP growth number, of course, all anybody ever talks about is the headline number. But you're right, it was skewed by the consumer. And the consumer, ran down its savings rate to almost 3%. The pre-COVID norm was more like 8 to 10%. We're down to 3%. So it was actually a very low quality consumer spending print and GDP print in that third quarter. In fact, there was almost no growth in GDP if the savings rate hadn't been drawn down as much as it has. So I'd say that, when you're taking a look at, why is it, Sarah, that delinquency rates are going up with a below 4% unemployment rate, and you've got delinquency rates going up in subprime autos, they're going up in credit cards. You're starting to see some strains. One of the things that I noticed in today's job number, the one number that was really strong was multiple job holders, up over 200,000 to a record high. I think we're up to about 8.5 million Americans are now taking on more than one job. That's a contra-cyclical indicator. That's telling you that we are starting to see some stress at the margin, hit the household sector. So it hasn't hit the average, you're quite right. But remember, change is always at the margin. And you're starting to see some stresses. And that was actually the first number that I went to was was multiple job holders, because I've noticed in the past 4 months, it's really started to hook higher. And that actually is a very good pre-recession indicator.
A lot of people say it's just normalizing. David, we will see. Thank you for joining us.
Hey,
it's a
take
good
care. Have a good
conversation, a good debate. You too, David Rosenberg.
Meantime,
what I'm
Apple, one
having.
of the last big tech names to report, seeing revenue decline
Or what
for
I
4
had.
straight
It's
quarters.
done with
Steve
now.
Kovac's out in San Francisco this week and joins us now to talk about it. I guess, there were a couple analysts, Steve, who said that event on Monday night might have been a precursor to concerns about, say, Macs in particular. That kind of got borne out.
Yeah, that got blown out. In fact, I asked Tim Cook
All
about
right.
that directly, saying,
back.
has the Mac
All right, we're
business kind of bottomed out?
What's up,
it was
Basic?
down
How you
about
doing,
30,
bro?
more than 30%.
How'd you make
rather,
out today?
For the last quarter, and Cook
How'd your
told me,
morning
you know,
go?
they expect the Mac business to
I
kind
hope
of
it went
resurge
well.
again because of those new models that they announced with those new
had,
M3 chips.
made a nice
But
trade
look,
on
that's not
Square.
going to be enough, Carl. This weaker than expected.
I made a really
guide
nice
is
trade
a
on
lot,
Square
due
and
to
then
just we're
gave a little
seeing
bit back on
weird
Tesla.
comps from
But that
what
Square
happened
trade,
last year over in
to the
China,
downside,
over
really
the product
freaking paid
release
me.
cycle.
Paid me
The
at
earnings
least
call last night was kind of
50%.
this excuse-a-thon
At least
explaining
50%.
why they're not going to be able to
I think
return
I entered
to
it
top
at
line
like
growth as the
21
street was
cents.
expecting. They're guiding towards
and
flat
got to
to
take
you know,
profit
no
off
growth,
at like
and
32.
also saying, look, I mean,
33,
we have these really
34-ish.
tough comps. We
have
released
to
new
go back and do
AirPods
the
last
math.
year. That makes that.
But it
sent
was
things a
nice.
little
I
wonky.
took
There's
about-
the
I took
iPad
just
launched
about-
last year that they don't have
I
this
took
year.
about half,
So
little
really,
over,
it's just kind
little
of this
over
resurgence
half of
of
that
the Mac.
position.
There are some bright spots, so it's
And
not all
then
negative.
took
I know
took another
shares
little
have
small
eased off a
piece,
little
and
bit,
then
but,
took a
services
very, very small
strong. And
three contract.
I was looking at Morgan Stanley's
it was like 2-3
this
cent
morning,
loss
just saying,
on each
you know,
contract.
they're
Had
growing
like
in
3
all the right
contracts
places,
left.
meaning services.
Had
if you
3
believe
left.
in a long-term
Not
view of Apple, that services are going to continue
like,
to grow and
but-
benefit from that 2 billion plus active user install base.
Oh, nice.
That's where we're seeing the resurgence in growth. But
Hope you
look,
have fun, man.
tons of
Don't,
headwinds in China, in the United States.
break a leg.
Emerging markets look great, but
You
it's
know,
not
but
enough
that's
to
awesome,
take
man.
over,
Enjoy yourself. That sounds
for the
fun.
lack in demand in those more important markets, Carl.
Yeah, down 1% today, Steve, but still up from 165 in late
That's
October.
hilarious. And
We'll
I
see
was
what
going to
happens next.
say,
Steve,
Animal,
thanks.
that
Steve
that
Kodak on
Thank you.
Apple. And from one
Do
tech
you
earnings
even
to
have
another, the
cereal?
CFO
That was
blocks
gonna be
coming
my
up after the
question.
break. Stock jumping 13% here
Oh,
after
man.
raising their full-year guide.
I'd have to
Now on
send you
pace
a
for the
box
best
of
day
Fruity
since
Pebbles.
November of last year.
Plus,
I'll
Sam
have to send you a
Bankman-Fried
box of
found
it.
guilty
He said
on
in the
all
fall,
7 of the
he
criminal
said, we
fraud
eat
counts
real
brought
food. What
against
the
him.
hell is
More on what
cereal?
happens next.
I don't want that.
Coming
Oh,
up
what,
on
we just
Squawk on
going to
the
give me a
Street. Stay
bowl
with
of
us.
sugar? Stupid. It's like, that's America for you. Diabetes and heart attack. Because of the food. Because there's so many people here, too. And you got more coming. Palantir. Mr. Palantir. Yeah. Did I look at that today? There's a few that I missed. Yeah, that would have been a nice one this morning. Roku went nuts. It's still going nuts. This was an early prediction on this one. Because it had decent earnings and they guided higher and they're like, yo, everything is good here. We're doing pretty well. And then, I guess people forget and things forget. But why I thought Roku could go higher, and I had a loss the day of their earnings. And if I didn't have that loss, I was actually going to buy calls before Roku earnings. I didn't even look at them, so I don't know how expensive they were or they weren't. But I was going to get out of the money calls on Roku because I felt like it was already on its ass. It had already, had sold off so much compared to what it, I just felt that like these stocks, like Roku. What was the other one? I know there was another one, but I thought that they could bounce, and I was calling for them to bounce. SoFi was the other one. Even though I went short SoFi the day after its earnings, or the day of, because it was on its lows, and I thought we could get a bounce. But some of those names like Roblox, they haven't reported yet, but they're trying to get a bounce. Because I figured we were seeing the stocks that were selling off were already up at highs, and I'm like, let's see if some of these names that are on the lows start to catch a bid if they have decent earnings. And that's what you got. DraftKings, kind of like that. It's not on its lows. That's why I said kinda. It's not like down here like Roku and some of those like mid to large cap tech names like Roku are already like, sold off like Snow. When do they report? I think if you get Snow to report decent earnings, this is a name we could get to go higher, guys. So I would keep this on your radar. I wonder what 170 calls are right now. When is this? This is 11:29. So December, I'm gonna look and see what out of the money calls are for snow. I don't know why it can't catch a bid. I'd like for it to go lower, but you know, I want to load up on more. I want it at like the low 100s is where I'd like to see snow. Man, it feels like snowflakes getting ready to like. Is this a bear flag? Right, wants to like sell off. It's below that base. But I had a pretty good trade. I gave some back. I did not expect it to pay me that well, as well as it did. I forgot how Square traded. I haven't traded it in a while. Last time I traded it, it kicked me in the nuts, and I'm like Coinbase. Coinbase is another one that hates me. Like, you know how you have those names that like you have trouble trading, like, are you just not good with them? Like, I know some people don't like Tesla, some people don't like Alibaba, but I like those too. But Coinbase, some of these like large cap tech names, mid cap tech names, they've done me dirty. And like, I think Netflix too. I haven't really traded it in a while, but I don't know. Hopefully, like, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna get out of here soon too at like 12 o'clock, 11:30, because I feel like the markets are gonna slow up. I feel like they already have. You made this run and it's kind of just been sitting sideways. Like, I doubt, like, on a normal day, if it was Monday through Thursday, I would say, all right, we should get a pop here. But I doubt we get that. I think the volume's just going to dry up and yeah. A lot of the volume's over in the semis. Nvidia, AMD. So, yeah. Yeah, I have Twitter. Ivy League Trades, I think. That's about it. Yeah, right here. Twitter. Be thankful and be the best you can be. What a fag. No, I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. Yeah, at Ivy League Trades. Or at Ivy League Trading. I gotta re-edit that. Oh no. I hate when they put stuff like this up. I don't want to see that. Unbelievable. And watch them keep driving too. Are they gonna stop? Okay, good. Oh, that sucks. That's crazy. It didn't. It looked like he started speeding a little bit. Yeah, look, you can see the smoke, and then it got swervy. Right there, you can see the smoke a little bit. What were the chances? Yeah, you can hear it too, and then there it goes. Should have never let off the gas. That's a shame.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Охренеть!
What a shame. That's crazy. I hate that they put that stuff up there. Alright, anyway. Oh, okay, cool. Man, I think that's about it for the day, guys. Thanks for stopping by, Basic. I hope you have fun this weekend on motocross. It sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. I haven't ridden a bike in a while. Let's see what Tesla does here. So it's pulled all the way back to the 200-day. See what it tries to do on the morning low, like this 221 area. We said 220 is an area of support, so I wouldn't be surprised if a long setup is that's your opportunity for a long setup on Tesla. I don't know why the other Squawk Box isn't really running or working today. For Benzinga, even though it's late, I could turn on, if you guys want a Squawk Box, just let me know in chat. That's up to you guys. I can put it on here and let it run through. I don't know if we're gonna get any crazy news or anything, but if you guys want a Squawk Box, I can post it up right here. If you guys could hit the like button, that would be pretty cool. It would help the stream out a lot. Help somebody find us that would like to be here and trade with us. But yeah, it feels like the volume's gonna slow up just a bit. I'm thinking to myself, do I give back my Square trade? Do I put myself in a position to give anything back to attempt to make a long off of this 220 on Tesla? Like, that's what's going through my mind right now. Like, I think it's gonna. It's not like it's a trap, but I just feel like it's Friday. It's 11. It's almost lunchtime. You know, we could get 11:30 pop. It is almost 11:30. Look at this bounce, right? This could be a really nice bounce. And even taking it to 221.50, 222, you know, all right, VWAP. How about that, right? Even if we catch, even catching a trade to VWAP right there, right? Because once it goes up, you're going to start seeing VWAP get pulled back. That's a nice support area or resistance, right? Up at 222, 222.50. And you just don't really have. Let's see if you start to get an increase in volume. You started to get it there. That could be a trade idea, a scalp. I mean, I wouldn't call it a scalp. I would just, you know, I guess it is a scalp, I guess. I just feel like the word scalp isn't, because you could just be in it for a half hour. You know, that's the thing. I wouldn't get this. I wouldn't get today's. If you get today's contracts, make sure they're liquid. Know what the delta is. You know, you don't want to get in it and then every time it pulls back, you're getting crushed. And it's not paying you. So don't get too far out of the money. Still got to get up above 221. I was upset, though, that Square didn't give us the follow-through. Didn't give us the... Oh, you kidding? I was going to say. I was going to be like, yo, every time. Right? Isn't that how trading is? So maybe it is giving us that pullback now. It ran up, tested VWAP. I was just hoping for like a continuation throughout the day pullback where we could just get to these levels, 47.50, 46. You know, I would have been happy. That would have been, man, I'm going to tell you right now. We would have had probably close to, I don't know, 4 to 800% if we got to 46 by now. It never got there. I mean, this trade here, I said in the morning. So in the morning, I'm going to start doing this. I'm gonna say that to you guys. Maybe I'm gonna write it in the chat. I'm gonna say it for myself. Have something that you're working on throughout the week, whether it's entries. Like, don't worry about making money, right? Work on nailing that entry. I did that this morning, right? The money's gonna come if you nail your entry. If you're like, look, this, I think this is what's gonna happen. So we pull back into the support or prior resistance. We pull back into that prior resistance. Get long, like right into like. As it's down ticking into that level, and even if you're at that level and it still starts to down tick, like grab it, right? Grab it on that, enter on that down tick, and I entered on an uptick on Square, right? I entered on an uptick right on this second candle. This is a 1 minute chart. And I'm like, it starts to go up into that level, and I'm like, I entered. And just this flush down to here, guys, was at 50% on these two candles. And I'm like, I got to take it, which was already the game plan. Our game plan this morning with Square was we were going to work around this $50 level. right? We were going to look, if we got the break, we look for the break and retest. Now it might start to give you continuation on Square. It's hard to say because you broke it, pulled back, tested it, and VWAP, and it is trying to drop now. You just do have a minor support level here at 48.75. And they paid. They paid so nice. We had a 100% trade on Monday. 2 100% trades. SoFi and the Qs. I just took the Qs. I wasn't able to get on the SoFi. It was a little too much going on. But, man, I really want to get short this thing. But back of my mind is telling me you're getting ready to come into a support area. But I think we could break it and start, you know, we could look back at like 2 o'clock and this stock's down at like 47.25, 47.50. That's funny. It's going to start doing it now. It's going to start. It's giving you the trend. Because this thing was just up and down, up and down, up and down this morning. I can't believe that. I missed it. NVIDIA. Let's see here. I was... Keep in mind, if you don't use like FinViz, you can keep track of the overall markets. Keep track of the overall markets because I was sensing this morning that we were kind of wanting to turn around. So it was energy. So it's like, because we were starting to see healthcare go red. But you see how it's changed? Because banks were going red. Like, Verizon was, like, red, not this purple color. So you are getting a bounce back in some of the bank names. So you did try to... Because you could see, like, a lot of this banks, the healthcare, obviously, still in the, you know, purple-red area. But you were seeing a pullback in the markets. Let's look at damn, China's just been ripping. That's another thing I noticed was BABA this morning. Oh, the IWM. I forgot about the IWM. Oh, it didn't do anything. It did it all pre-market. Figures, right? Figures. Alright. Tesla. I think this is gonna be key. If Tesla can hold this level. 220 is the level that I would be watching for Tesla to hold. It broke above it. If it can hold it, you could get a really nice rally off of that 220 level. That's a key level for Tesla. And it actually, you can go to the gap fill too at like 219.18, so it will be an area. Excuse me, sorry about that. I'm gonna turn CNBC
Cryptocurrency. Bankman-Fried might be new, but this kind of fraud.
What do you guys think about that Sam Bankman-Fried? What do you think about the time that they gave him?
Mr. Bankman-Fried,
do you guys think it was a little excessive to give him over 100 years for a non-violent crime?
On an appeal, Bankman-Fried will remain at Manhattan Detention Center until that sentencing in late March. He's going to face an indictment.
I'd like to hear some of your guys' thoughts on that.
In March as well, after spending $100 million on political donations in the 2022.
Me personally, I'll tell you my opinion.
Yes, but there is a chance that they would drop.
My opinion is, I don't think he should have gotten over 100 years or 100 years for a non-violent crime.
How quickly he rose and how quickly he fell. It wasn't that it fell. It wasn't
I mean,
that long
his
ago
whole
that
life
he
is
was
gone
on
now,
CNBC
and he did not
buying
kill
up
anyone.
troubled Bitcoin players,
or
talking about how
torture,
he's a leader in
or
the industry on regulation,
hold captive
must
like
be weird as
a
someone
human.
Who covers it, to see
right?
this.
That's supposed to be the ultimate crime in the rule of law.
just trying to keep up with the news cycle in
is
this, and I think stepping
violence,
back and
right?
talking about
And
the
murder,
velocity at which all this
or,
happened. There's a lot of comparisons to Theranos,
you know,
to Bernie
kidnapping
Madoff.
or
Those
adult
of you remember
napping.
John Kerry was reporting around Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos. That took years
But,
to come out, and a lot of investigative reporting.
over
This
100
was
and some,
one story,
over 100
great story
years.
by CoinDesk, and a great scoop that they got this
If
balance
anybody
sheet.
knows
But
anything
from
about
the time
this,
that was published to the
about the
company
legal
going
system,
bankrupt, it was
does
about a
the
week.
isn't
The
there
company,
like a
the
20,
timeline and all this
25 year
in the
rule
trial,
sentence?
they were
Isn't there
talking
like
about
a
2019 when it
max
was
out?
founded. The whole thing
Don't you
grew from
max out
nothing
at
into
like
a $32
20,
billion company in about
25?
2 years, and then
20,
it came
25
crashing
years?
down,
I thought
but
it was
just
like
the
20
extent
years.
to which he was able
And then
to
you're either
charm
up for parole or something.
politicians, investors, the media. They actually
At
used
least
a couple,
maybe it's
Andrew
state to
Ross
state.
Sorkin's interview,
But a
an
Fed
interview that
time
I
is
did
Fed
with
time,
Sam
right? A
Bankman-Fried as
federal
evidence, and
prison
they
is
pointed
federal
to that,
prison,
saying that
should
he
be.
lied to the media as well as
My
investors.
other-
and they had that in evidence. Saying
my
at
other,
one point, he told us that there were no conflicts of
thing
interest
about that
between his hedge fund
is-
and the crypto exchange, and they showed it and said,
Hold on.
"Here's what you were saying publicly." And then
let me
juxtaposed
ask you
that with
that-
what was
here's
going
another
on behind
thing.
the scenes. But I think that's something to
So,
keep in mind. Just how
Why
ridiculously
does the
fast all
United
this
States
happened.
and other
Is
states,
there a
if they
discussion
care
how
about
easy it
people
was for
and
prosecutors
getting
to
the
get
money
his
back,
partners to essentially turn
why
on
do
him?
you see
That
different states?
also happened quickly. So it
Like
was in
New York.
December
New
last
York
year.
didn't
So all
have
this
to-
is going on
have to do
in
this.
November. Goes bankrupt.
the-
They're talking
you
about
have the
extraditing
federal
Sam Bankman-Fried. I think that
court
was the moment
case.
where a lot of people
You have the Bahamas
assumed
court
that he
case.
would be
Then
found
you
guilty.
had New
Obviously,
York.
the criminal
And then,
justice system
okay,
needed
I
to
can
play
see
out
the Delaware
innocent until
company
proven
case.
guilty,
I
but
can see that. That's
was
fine.
almost insurmountable in
Right?
terms
That's
of
not the
the amount of
state
evidence that they were
holding
able
a
to get from
court
those
case
three top people
to get
including
people's
his
money
former
back. That's
girlfriend.
just
But some
the
of the
business
stories
aspect and what they're
inside
going to do
Bahamas
with the
penthouse,
business,
the way
the
that he
bankruptcies, the
operated,
debt,
I just think
right?
that was
People
so
that are
powerful
owed
for the
money.
jury
I
to
get
hear
that. I
and
get
really
that.
bring them inside the room, and they were all roommates.
But the
as
fact
well.
that
So
you had New York and the Bahamas you can't do nothing about. But between New York and the federal government, which I'll turn CNBC back on,
this whole thing
I want to know if
unraveled. It was there
getting
only
people's
a
money
handful
back
of
is the
people that would
number
have
one
known.
priority.
He really kept an insular
Why
inner
does the
circle,
United
so it's not like
States
there
sit
were
there
low-level employees
and
that would have known about some of these
it's just
issues.
maybe
It was
people
really
aren't
up to
aware
a
of it.
handful of
But start being
executives.
aware
What
and
about
start
all the
asking those
customers
questions.
that lost
If you
money?
care about getting people's
So the
money
bank-
back,
Getting it back?
why do
They
you, as
actually
government
so the
officials and
bankruptcy
lawyers
case is played
and
out
all
in
your other
Delaware.
friends
They have recovered about
fly
$7
on it
billion
like
of
vultures
customer money
and start
out of
opening
8 or
up
10.
cases?
So there's a chance they
You know,
they would
if you
be
care
made
about it,
90% whole.
that's
There
more
is
cases,
actually
that's
a
more
chance that they'll
lawyers,
get that
that's
back.
more
And then
money
there's
being
also
spent.
talk about how
If you
well
cared
their
about
venture
people's
portfolio
money,
is actually done. They
you would
invested-
have one
FTX
case.
Ventures was in Anthropic,
Right? You would have
which,
one case to get
ironically,
people's
it's
money
done
back.
incredibly
You'd
well
have
in the
that Delaware
meantime,
case for the
so they might
business,
make
for
it
the
back,
debts.
but we'll see.
Definitely
And then
exonerating
the
some of
Bahamas you can't do
restructuring
nothing
team's
about.
comments about what they
But it's
saw
like for New
when the
York to
books
come out and
first
say,
came
yeah,
out.
now, we're gonna,
Kate, thank you. Kate Rooney.
you know, we're
Let's get
coming
a
up with
news update
charges
today with
too
Leslie
because
Picker.
they want
Leslie.
they want the money.
Carl, the UN
They don't give a shit
estimates,
about any of
Gaza
us or
and the West Bank need
anybody
more
that
than
had
$1
money
billion in aid at the end of the
with
year. The war with Israel
Sam.
has choked aid supplies to the region. The UN estimate
Like
comes
I
as
wish
Secretary
people
of
would
State
start
Antony Blinken
saying some of the
travels to
real
region.
questions and
The
bring
leader
up some of the
the
real things that need to
Iran-backed
be said.
Lebanese militant group
Right?
Hezbollah
You really
spoke
care?
today.
You
He
want
distanced his
the
group
sole
from
purpose
the
of this
attack
is to
in
give
Israel,
people's money
saying
back?
It was 100%
Then
Palestinian.
have one
He also
court
criticized the
case.
U.S. for failing to
That's
secure
legal
a ceasefire.
expenses,
Three
jury
passengers
expenses,
on a
state
San Francisco-bound
expenses,
plane that made an emergency
not
landing
wasted,
last month filed a
right?
class
And
action
can
lawsuit
actually
against
go back to the
Alaska
people.
Airlines for
Because when they
emotional
go back and they're
distress.
like, oh,
They
there's
said
no,
that
what,
they
we
want
didn't
to prevent
recuperate
similar
hardly any of the
security
money.
incidents
Well,
after
because
an
you had
off-duty
4, 5,
pilot in the
6 different
cockpit
court
hit
cases.
jump seat,
The
allegedly
lawyers
tried
are
to
getting
cut
paid
the
a few
plane's
million
engines.
an
I'll send that
hour.
to you.
Leslie,
Like
thank
this
you
is a
very
high
much.
profile
Up
case.
next,
They're
we
getting
just mentioned
paid.
some slower than expected
I'm telling
growth
you,
in
they're
China.
getting
The
paid. I think it
CEO of
was-
$40 billion semiconductor company.
We could probably
Microchip
look it
says
up.
his company's seeing the
Let's
same.
go look. I'm telling you,
Hanging in
it's going to
there
be
as the tape
30
is pretty supportive
million,
today. Dow's up 200.
right?
Back in
60
two.
$50 million in lawyer fees? No, come on. Or I should have asked this. Getting paid. Sorry. See, 20 million for 51. FTX bankruptcy fees near 20 million for 51. First would initially only be paid a little. All right, no. Let's not do that. Spang is defense lawyers. Are set to go on trial. So you still have the judges. Larry say he has funded his defense with 10 million of his company's funds he previously gave his dad. That's one court case, I guess. 10 million. I wasn't too far off because they still got 3 cases to go. I don't know if 10 million is going to do it all, but I know that there's more to it than just this. You still have the court cases for not just him, right? Who's going to be the defense? Who's the lawyer for the defenses for the business aspect, right? For coming up with the money that they owe, who they're indebted to, canceling of whatever buildings they operated in, the Bahamas. So, yeah, you can expect, you know what I mean? About 50 million just in lawyer expenses, you know, up to about 50 million. It sounds crazy, but, you know. All right, so here we go. There's that trade. You can see Tesla start to get that bounce off of 220 and head back up to VWAP. The question is, does VWAP become resistance again? Chances are it might. But if it can consolidate at the 200-day moving average, I would watch for this to take off next week. But that's the question. I wonder if you guys think that you know, if he should get 100. And it's okay, it's your opinion, you know what I mean? And it doesn't affect me. Doesn't, you know, I don't know. I was going to say it doesn't, you know, it doesn't make you look like something if you think he should. You know, it's just your personal opinion.
Athletics.com.
Shares of Microchip are higher this morning despite some weak guidance and a slight miss on revenue. Joining us this morning to talk more about the quarter in a CNBC earnings exclusive is Microchip CEO Ganesh Moorthy. Ganesh, it's great to have you back. A lot of discussion across the street this morning about how the things that you raise are pretty consistent with your peers, and that is elevated inventory and some weaker end demand.
Did we just bounce off the 50-day moving
push
average?
Back on that front?
No, not at all. And good morning, Carl.
Did we just
Sarah.
bounce off the 50-day moving
we're
average?
going through a classic
You gotta
inventory
be kidding
correction
me.
for the industry.
This is
amplified to some
insane.
extent by
This is
just weaker
insane.
macro concerns that have been
What are
there
the
in all
Qs
the
up
regions of the
to?
world, pretty much in all the markets that we're in as well. So we got to work through it. It's usually a 2 to 3 quarter
Qs are
period of
back at
time
highs.
over which some of these things get worked out. The long-term economics for why
let's
semiconductors
see
are
here.
used, the importance for them and innovation all remain pretty much intact. And so that's what we continue to focus, is to sow the seeds for the long-term growth of the company.
So what do you need to do to be able to navigate at least the current
Let's
environment?
see, double top.
So what we have done is
So what I was
bring
looking
down,
for was snow.
what
I
were,
wanted to check out
our
their
plans for shipments to customers,
earnings, man.
in
Look
some
at
cases to
Uber.
our channel partners, so that they can
40
adjust their
up to
inventory
50.
consistent with where today's business is at.
It's up
And
3%.
as that happens, we're going to be shipping less than what the real consumption is going to be. That's what sets up the case for correcting the inventory. And then you get back to consumption, you get back to growth in time. So that's where we're focused, is on the one side, getting the correction done. On the other hand,
Square's just
our
holding that
customers,
level.
after 2 years of
I'm
being,
glad I didn't take that.
focused on
It's just
just
holding that
dealing with
level.
shortages,
I think we
are,
could start
doing
to see
tremendous
some
innovation with new
downside
products.
on Square.
And a lot of our
If
effort
we
is
start to
help
get
them,
back up here,
empower them with that innovation,
I
with
think
all
we
of
could
our new
start
products
to
and
see a little bit of a
technologies, so that they
rejection.
can also bring some growth into their
I
business
want to
with
see if
new
if that's a
wonderful new
shortable
products.
area there. Actually, right
Can
here,
you talk
guys.
a little bit, Ganesh, about
Actually,
what
right
you're
there
seeing
it
across
is.
the different end
That's actually a
markets
nice
that
level
you operate in? 'Cause
to
it's
get
pretty
short
diverse.
at. Let's see
It
what
is.
happens
We're probably
here.
one of the most diverse companies in terms of
Let's
end
see what
markets.
happens
so I would
with
say all
Square.
of our end markets, with probably the exception of aerospace and defense, which is about slightly less than 10% of the company. But when I look at industrials, when I look at automotive, comm infrastructure, data center, computing, all of these areas are weak. Consumer, of course, has been weak for a while. The degree of weakness can be slightly different between customers, between certain subsegments of the market, between parts of the world and where they're at. But they're all weak, and I think they're all facing headwinds in terms of
But
where the
yeah,
macro is and
I
where
was
consumers
saying
are and what
earlier
interest rates are doing to people,
that
etc. But aerospace and defense still has, its own
you know,
unique,
coming in the morning
upsides
and
for us,
having
that's
your
three
roadmap
sides
and
of it. There's,
understanding
commercial
like what are you going to work on
there's
that day.
defense, and then there's
If
space.
you're not going to work on
Are
anything,
you trying to
okay.
condition the street to
You know, have
get
it in your
ready
mind,
for
right?
maybe margins
Don't
that
fight
fall
trends.
below previous floors?
We're working on, you know,
Not
entries
really.
and
I think what we
exits
have
and
said is, hey, if you look
understanding,
at us over 15 plus years, we have a pretty consistent
you know,
model
just
for
being able to
gross
perform
margin,
at a high
operating
level.
margin, and cash flow through the cycles. And I think
I
no
had
one
that in my
quarter,
mind when I
we've had
took
bad
this
quarters
trade
in the
this
past. No
morning.
one quarter defines a company,
And,
good or bad, as the case might be.
Once I got that,
We have had a number of 40% operating
that bounced
margin
back
as a
into
floor
the high there
on
of
a trailing 12-month
$52. I
basis.
said this thing's weak.
And we feel very comfortable.
It started
That's
to
what
do
we'll
it on
be
lower
through
volume.
this
It
cycle
just
and into
it
the
felt
next,
like it was
upcycle.
there was something that was
Finally,
said at
Ganesh,
the earnings call.
Street's been really
on
interested
Square,
in whether or not there's
and I'm like,
degradation of demand
it's
for
not
EVs.
holding. It's not.
We got
It's
some
getting
warnings
up
from
to
some
the
other chip
pre-market
companies,
highs
from
and
Panasonic on batteries. Are you seeing that,
failed to
at least
break
where the
above.
adoption curve
So,
might get bent a little bit?
like nailing that entry allowed me to be able to
absolutely,
have
that
really
is
nice
happening
day
to
today,
slightly
even though
different
I gave a
extents.
little
I
back.
think we're seeing it certainly in Europe, where many of the subsidies have gone away. There's been obviously commentary in the
I'm
U.S.
really
from the US
curious what
manufacturers.
happens here at
And
like
even in China, I think there's a price war effectively
this
taking place
level.
among the EV makers. So there is still some growth, but not the same level of growth people had expected. And certainly, I think consumers who are borrowing money to buy cars are more skittish unless the price of those cars are where they can afford it. And EVs in general have been premium products, certainly in the European and the US markets.
Ganesh, so many silos we can talk to you about. Really appreciate the guidance, at least on this quarter. Look forward to next time. Thanks.
Wonderful.
Ganesh Murthy.
Thank you so much, Darren. Call. Bye-bye.
Coming up next, speaking of cars, GM self-driving unit Cruise suspending those operations after that deadly crash. Our Deirdre Bose is going to take an in-depth look at both Cruise and Google's Waymo.
What's
very
that?
different
What do you mean? Sorry,
experiences
buddy, I wasn't.
Are coming up next.
Really paying attention. What is this? Amazon? Look at that. It's a nice setup there. That's a nice setup on Amazon. Where are the... I just don't know, man. I think to take a trade right now might be, you might be doing yourself a disservice. Because you may not get the follow through and volume that you need to have a winning trade. Oh, shit. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be here today, man. I had a nice little winner today. Gave back. I'm a little upset that I gave back someone Tesla. You know, it happens. It had a setup there. It had relative strength. It pulled back into a prior resistance level, get long. I waited. I could sense that I was ready to get rid of it because I just felt like something wasn't right. But I was just hoping to get like one little push higher and flip those contracts another couple, like $1 or $2, and didn't happen. So yeah, I'll probably ride over to the hospital here in a little bit. I just feel like it's Friday and the liquidity's probably going to give up here soon. The markets have moved a lot this week. Let's go check out, see what we have for earnings. The thing is, too, just so you guys know, We don't really have anything for data next week. Next week could be a boring week. I would wait and stick to. I would go into the week looking at names that have earnings, or that just reported earnings, for like a secondary move, because there's nothing like CPI or something that's going to move the market. We got that out of the way. Monday 3-6 month balance of trade, all that fun stuff. Like, there's not really anything. There really isn't. I've already looked at this. You have initial jobless claims.
Not come without issues.
You have initial
for
jobless
today's tech
claims.
check. Our Deirdre Bosa looks at the battle over autonomous
Hopefully we can
vehicles,
continue to bring
particularly in
this
San
number in a
Francisco.
bit
Hey, Dee.
higher.
Carl, good morning.
Right.
So the
Michigan
promise
sentiment
of
on
self-driving
Friday.
cars has always outpaced the reality.
Monday, November
so it's truly
13th.
autonomous robotaxis hit the streets of San Francisco. We
So
tried
we
it out
have
for ourselves with
CPI
the two major
not next
companies,
week, but
GM's
the
Cruise and
following.
Alphabet's Waymo, before
CPI 2
Cruise's
weeks from
operations
now.
were suspended. Here's a
So
preview
the market
from
will
our
probably
longer
take a
dive into the
breather,
technology.
guys, up here. And oh, you know what? So yeah.
We just went around a car with its emergency lights on. It did it pretty smoothly, but now we're behind a car that's trying to park. He got out. Oh my gosh. He kicked it. So this guy just kicked the car, and now we're calling support. This is stressful. Oh my gosh.
What is wrong with people?
Oh, he just spat on the car. Those were the most stressful few moments I've had in a car in recent memory.
As the number of driverless cars on the road increased, so too did the problems.
There have been 75 plus incidents, and so to me it's like playing Russian roulette. We are
No,
the
it
last
isn't.
line of defense for most people. Seconds matter. If it takes us a minute to go around the block because there's a vehicle in the way, that puts the people in that building more at risk, it puts that building more at risk, and it puts my firefighters more at risk.
We have a hotline for first responders. That's one of the things we built in response to feedback. So both police and fire department can call a number, and we can very quickly do things like relocate a vehicle that's in the way. Data about every collision is reported both at the state and federal level. We've shown video footage with first responders and things like that when it's appropriate, but that's got to be very carefully controlled in order to maintain the privacy of our customers.
We tried out Waymo as well. While Cruise had more robotaxis on city streets, Waymo has been testing longer. Both companies say they've logged
This is
more than
cool.
1 million driverless miles.
That's interesting.
That's
It
so
took the
cool, isn't it,
opportunity
guys?
To squeeze
pretty
through a pretty
badass
narrow space.
where
and
we've
did
come.
So fine. Actually doing better than the drivers around us. And I gotta say, one word to describe this ride, unremarkable. We didn't get honked at once. There was one incident where I thought maybe we cut someone off. It was uncertain, but it's been really smooth.
So the California DMV found what we got a glimpse of in just one ride. Cruise isn't ready for prime time, but maybe just as interesting, guys, the Waymo felt very much like it was ready for prime time. Be sure to check out the whole piece on CNBC's YouTube channel and CNBC.com. Big shout out to producers Andrew Evers and Laura Batchelor, who were essentially stunt drivers for the shoot. Laura was hanging out of one of the cars, and I will tell you, they were not that easy to follow. The Cruise does things that you weren't really expecting, whereas the Waymo drives really well, I have to say.
It was very suspenseful, Deirdre. When the Cruise got spit on and kicked, what was it? What happened? What went wrong there? Did it hit another car?
No, so a car was trying to back up, and the Cruise went forward and didn't let that car back up. And basically what happens when it's uncertain is it just stops. And that's sort of the incident that led to its suspension as well. It stopped over a pedestrian, but then after a while it tried to pull over, and then it dragged the pedestrian with it. So it doesn't have that kind of human judgment. Don't move if there's someone under the vehicle. Move if someone needs you to move. And that's really what's at issue for Cruise. Whereas we don't know exactly how many incidents both companies have been in, but the Cruise incidents have made it to the media, whereas the Waymo have not. And I will just say anecdotally, taking those two rides, you can understand what a huge gap there is between the two. And I know we talk sometimes about how the driverless future isn't here yet, but I have to emphasize that with Waymo, it felt like it was already here, and they're still operating.
You
by the
just
drones
did
in
it. What
San
do you mean
Francisco.
it's not here? You just did it.
Love to see that in
If
New
it
York.
wasn't
I
here,
can't
you
wait.
wouldn't be talking about it right now.
I know, we will.
Soon enough. Yeah,
It's
when they're
good,
ready.
Sarah. It's good for kids. You think about the proposition. You don't want to put young kids in an Uber where you can't really trust the driver. But these driverless taxis sort of solve for that. You don't have to worry about someone who might be suspicious.
So you're going to worry about one or two
All right,
people
Deirdre,
versus
thank
the
you.
mass
Deirdre, pretty interesting reporting there.
who
Up
is
next,
trying to make a living
from
or
driving
extra
to drive
living
through, the CEO of
because you're
Restaurant
worried about
Brands,
the
that's the
few.
parent
I
company
mean,
of
you're
brands
always
like
going to
Burger
have,
King, Popeyes, and Tim Hortons.
you know,
Lower than
you're
expected
always
Burger
going to
King
have
sales hitting shares this morning. We'll talk about it. Stay with
people
us.
that ruin it for everyone else. But if you can't make a judgment within the first few minutes and have like a plan, or stay armed, buy yourself, you know, a Glock. I don't care what the government says. I'm not telling you what to do, but these are things that you can do to protect yourself. You could have spray. You could have, you know, so I don't know. I get it with kids and stuff like that, but guess what? When my sisters were younger, when they were kids, guess what? They could learn how to take apart and use a gun. They were you know, taught that. So let's see.
PODC Pod 1. Podcast 1 expands state original program aspires exclusive rights to vigilante.
All right, so here's the SPY. It looks like it's just ready to make a new high, guys. Just Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Because I feel like Tesla is a bit weak. I don't get it. I don't know if the numbers hurt Tesla. So what this is showing and why Tesla could be going down is and I was thinking about this and I didn't say anything, but the data that just came out. The ISM services PMI. This came out a little bit lower. What does that mean? That for names like Tesla. That's gonna hurt. That's telling you're getting a slowdown in services and in buying and pretty much people spending money on something. And I feel like this is when Tesla started to downfall. 954. Let's go to a 1 minute chart. I mean, it did just break through the 220 level and pulled back to it, but look at the manner it did it. You know, 952, 953, 958, and look how it moved there at 10 o'clock. All right, it definitely. Let's look at the SPY or the Qs to see how they reacted at 10 o'clock. Okay, so the market, yeah, that did move like, wow, that's crazy. Unbelievable. So I think you gotta look, I'm gonna go see where we would expect, this is where I think we get to, like I said, pre-market, 370s in the coming weeks. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. So what you guys could do is say, all right, okay, so here's the markets, right? This is the Qs. This is what interest rates are going to affect this more so than other sectors, right? So
Good.
Hold on.
Shares of Restaurant Brands International, that's parent company to.
So I'm trying to do something. Hold on 1 second. I want to show you guys something. No, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. God damn it. Just, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Because I want to show you guys something. And Tesla broke the level. Man, what a short. So I've got 290. It already passed it. Now I gotta look at. So I got 2,000. I want to see where Tesla's going, because if we bounce back, and Tesla doesn't hold this 200-day moving average. Let me see here. 1 hour. Get to an hourly chart. Refresh. So I'm looking at Snow's contracts for the end of. Man, they do want a lot for these things. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's today? Today's the 3rd. And it has earnings. It doesn't have earnings until the 28th. Look at the trade desk. It's a beast of a name. I love this stock. It's one of my top names that I like. What I was gonna say is, go back to the Qs, right? Come on. And then we'll look to see. All right. I bet. All right, so. There's your 100-day moving average. You just ran into it. Uh-oh. See what happens. So, the 100-day moving average we just hit. I don't know why that's messing up. Let me mark this real quick, and then I'll show you guys what I'm trying to do. Or not what I'm trying to do, what I'm going to do. And that's another reason why I think we could sit and not necessarily move next week, because we don't have any data and you're stuck between two moving averages, and you'll kind of just sit there and trade sideways. But you will break out of one of the two moving averages as they squeeze. This is setting up nice for next week. This is really cool. If we can just hold this 100-day and 50-day and consolidate right here, we're going to see a big move. All right, so what I was going to show you guys was rates. All right, let's go to this, and then I'll probably get out of here. I'm going to do a couple things, and I'm going to get out of here. Let's look at the 10-year for starters. You know what? No, let's go to the 2-year. Look at the 2-year. It's at 4.8. Let's look at the 10. 4.5 US 3.0. 6. Hold on. What's going on here? What is that? What is this? Is that like what is that? What is 478? I don't understand what that is. that the? That's not yesterday's close. Oh, 4-6 might be 50-day moving average is what that is. Sorry guys, I was like, what the hell is going on here? So that's the 50-day moving average is what that is. That's funny. 4.7 US 10-year. 4.7, 4.5. 4.8. I keep getting mixed up. 4.8. Okay, 4.5, and then 4.7 is the 30. Yep. 4.5. So they're flush. The middle is sagging, or lagging. I guess you could say. Never mind. It's the. Alright, so this was our high. Thursday 19th. So what I'm doing is Thursday 19th.
Following a month-long trial that pitted the testimony of the former crypto king against those of some of his closest friends. Joining us now, someone who was in that courtroom when we saw very swiftly this verdict decided. Remo's Yuchi Yang. Just what was it like to be getting that sort of response?
Yeah, guys, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I just feel like the market's about had it. That's crazy, man. I just can't get over this Sam stuff.
You could begin to re-engage with a degree of optimism, and you could point towards Brian's target and begin to build the evidence that's on why you could actually get there.
So, Morgan Stanley's Mike, I refuse to throw in the towel, Wilson, says, don't count, Jenny, on a year-end rally. Quote, we think the S&P 500 price action into year-end is more likely to come down to where the average stock is trading rather than rallying to higher levels because breadth typically leads price. Well, I mean, breadth is improving, to Joe's point, by the day. The gains over 1 week in the major averages are pretty stunning. The Russell, as Joe said, is up near 8%. 8% in a week. That tells you where the breadth of the market's going. Financials improving, regional banks looking better. A lot of these areas that have been severely depressed are starting to look better.
So I agree with Mike. And I agree with Mike on simple math, because let's remember too, Mike's comment is based on the market, which is the S&P 500.
Yeah, I know. The S&P is up near 6% in a week.
Correct. And I think that's as high as we can get. And the reason being is, if we look at 2024 earnings, 2024 consensus earnings are $247 a share. To go from 2023 to 2027, we need 11.5% earnings growth. We're not seeing that. So I think the $247 consensus estimates next year, those are too rosy. You take an 18 times multiple, which is where we're at right now, and the market between now and next year or now and tomorrow is flat. Like, there's no more room for upside from here. You can only get that upside if either earnings grow even more aggressively.
Yeah, but I'm sure you would have said that last week. There's no room for upside from here.
Oh, no. I think we're stuck in this range. And actually, last week, I kind of had the same math out there. And when we were at 41.50, it looked like if we kind of got to 18 times and we did get to 247, like maybe you had 6 or 7, I think we're stuck. I've been thinking that we're stuck for a very long time.
We're
I
up
think
200 points from 41.50.
It's just we're going to bounce around. Right? And I think I hate using this jargon, but I would fade it around 4,400 or 4,500 on the S&P 500. I don't see how you get higher. What I think is interesting is the unbelievable rotation, which is what Joe started to touch on. So our portfolio, right? Like, I had 4 stocks in the portfolio yesterday in the dividend income strategy that were up over 10%. That's crazy. Only one of them was on earnings. Why were they up so much? Because of interest rates coming down. And they're wildly, wildly oversold. So that's why I wanted to say, when Mike Wilson says the market, I agree with him. Where I think there's operating, like, look at the Russell, right? Look at things that are out of favor. Look at, Weiss and I got into it last week on regional banks. Like, I don't want to go long regional banks, but there are regional banks out there that are wildly oversold. So I think it's a stock picker's market. I think you have plenty of opportunity to pick off individual names that are way low, but broadly for the market, I don't see how it goes higher than this. The math doesn't work to get you there.
I mean, the bears have been saying for as long as I can remember, Brian, at this point now, that the price is wrong. It's kind of the math that Jenny's talking about. Mike Wilson has used that repeatedly, that very phrase, the price is wrong. Well, the bears have been hanging on a couple of major things. Deficit, too high. Recession odds, growing. When maybe it just comes back to what people have said is more powerful than anything. The Fed is either your friend or the Fed is your foe. For the better part of 18 months, the Fed has been your foe, okay? The Fed's done, more than likely. If it can be, it is, don't you think?
Yes. Well, I think, too, that the bond market did the Fed's job mostly in October, and especially the last couple of weeks in October, Scott. Everything that my good friend Jenny said, I agree with, except for the market stuff and the price stuff. If you listen to her,
what I said.
No, but listen what she said. Stability, breadth, things getting better. But then the stock market is a market of stocks. We're investing. We're not buying the market. We're buying companies. And I think this week was monumental for what happened with respect to small mid-cap stocks and the Russell. That's a really, really, really big deal. I think the risk trade might be the regionals because they still have fundamental issues and massively underowned. But I think this was a really, really important turning week. And oh, by the way, remember, people buy stocks after they've gone up.
See, here's the thing. Shan, those cautious, they hated the market at 4,000. They hated it at 41 and 42, and now they hate it at 43, and they're probably going to say they hate it if they get to Brian's target near 45. I mean, you're one of those who's been really cautious.
Neutral, but cautious. And I would say that we have been cautious because underlying, the other 493 stocks in the S&P 500 show you that everything is not quite as rosy from an economic perspective as we have anticipated. The fact that small caps have been performing in a terrible manner. Small caps are the underpinning of the U.S. economy, small companies, and more so on the private side, but certainly in small cap companies here in the United States. Those are a domestic trade. They do not rely on the growth in Europe. They do not rely on BOJ's currency policy to do well, and nobody is interested. So for me, the other thing that I want to take issue with perhaps is the fact that, yes, maybe the Fed is done. What has been happening in the bond market is not because of the Fed. It's because of a number of other exogenous issues that we are having about positioning, expectations for rates, the short end of the curve being essentially equal with the long end of the curve, and the fact that nobody wants to take duration. So the Fed being done, to me, does not solve the problem of whether we reapproach 5% on the 10-year.
There was a catalyst this week that ignited the rally. The catalyst was the Treasury quarterly refund.
That was the first thing.
That's what got all of us going. So the bearish argument, which I'm not dismissing, the bearish argument needs a similar catalyst. As you look towards the end of the year, we all know geopolitical shocks are obviously a potential bearish catalyst. Beyond that, government shutdown, I'm not sure if that's a bearish catalyst or not.
Recession,
but I can't
recession
see.
is still, you can't, look, you got the chalkboard of all these things. You can't erase recession yet.
But
just don't know. But there's
interesting-
enough period of time probably between now and whenever then is, that's why folks say there's a window for a significant move in the market.
But what's interesting this week is, let's be clear. I suspect all of the economic evidence we're getting this week is telling you we are slowing, and the consumer's slowing, and manufacturing is in this 12-month malaise. The oddity about that is the market's cheering it. The market is literally cheering the fact that we are slowing down.
That's the definition of a soft landing: is you slow down, you don't crash.
Well, you're making the assumption that, not you, but you're making the assumption then that the soft landing is a perfect landing. You know, you could see the economy begin to contract, and it gets to become a little bit more than a soft landing.
So let me ask you this, Jenny, what Jeffrey Gundlach told us this week right after Jay Powell finished, right, that it's a great time to be a bond investor. Now, he thought the stock market could go up. He certainly said he wouldn't be a seller. T-bill and chill is how he's described it. I ask you this, is it time to buy bonds and stocks? How about that?
Okay. I'll always say on the bond side, it depends on what your needs are. If you have a portfolio horizon of 20 or 30 years, or maybe even 10 to 20 years, no, you don't buy bonds, because over the next 10 to 20 years, stocks are still going to deliver a better return than bonds, right? If you are
Could we talk about like the next couple of years?
Okay, the next
10
couple
to 20
years, then for sure. And particularly if you want to talk about the next year or two. In fact, in my office, we've been having this debate. I'm more team T-bill and chill, although I would do it with corporate bonds because I think you can get a little bit more juice. So I think you can go out 6 months, 18 months, you can get 6 to 6.8% on really high quality corporate bonds. Kick back, relax, not worry about anything. My colleague Greg is taking a little bit different approach. He's saying, look, buy the 10-year Vanguard Treasury, you're going to get 5.5%. And you know what? If rates go down, you might get a 10% capital appreciation kicker on top of that. So I think there's a lot of ways to do it, but you need to be short-term focused. You need to know that if the market rallies, you're not going to participate. But yeah, now's the time that you can actually start thinking about this again. There's real return for the risk you're taking. We haven't seen that in a decade.
What do you think about that question, Brian? Is it time, we've had an either-or dynamic for a while now. Is it time to buy both?
Yes, I do. You probably are surprised to hear me say that. But the more people talk about 60-40 being dead, the more I love that. I think, per my prior comments, that the way that the bond market acted last week, Scott, we could see a top in yields and a bottom in price and maybe a cyclical top. That means we could be in an environment, as our overall broadening theme of normal for longer. If you have high single-digit, low double-digit market performance, and like Jenny said, you can get 10 to 12% price return in terms of total return on a 10-year Treasury, yes, that's going to be a great investment for the next few years.
Shan, JP Morgan today says take profits in bonds. Treasuries don't appear to be exceptionally cheap anymore after the moves we've seen this week. Goldman says bonds are going to beat cash for the first time since 2020.
The challenge here is that trying to time this move in and out of bonds is very, very difficult. And what I would say, and what I would caution people to do, is that if you're attempting to take off the table some of these exogenous shocks to the yield curve that we have talked about, Treasuries do not appear exceptionally cheap anymore is a comment that doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at the historical performance of Treasuries after the last couple of years. Like, we are in an unprecedented, and I use that term very specifically, we are in an unprecedented period of Treasury underperformance. And so if you are just an investor who looks out over the long term and thinks about mean reversion, and you also think about what type of landscape are we looking for the next 10 years, we are not going back to a bond market that we have experienced over the last decade. And so therefore, I look at the next 10 years and say, well, given the underperformance, why would I bet against the Treasury right now?
Over the
given
last
all
4
things?
decades, you had a 40-year bull market in bonds. In the last 2 years, you had total real rates of return negative. People don't know what this is. All the more reason to kind of look at maybe this is a bottom over the next couple of years.
What about, Joe, cash, right? Dubravko, Lakos, JP Morgan sat in this chair earlier in the week when I asked him what is the absolute best place to be in the market right now, and he said without question cash. Cash is king. Now, that call's not looking too great today, but a few days doesn't a big picture make.
Yeah, and as I said the other day, if you want to have ownership of cash, then you believe we have stagflation ahead of us. That's why you're in cash. I don't think we see that at all. I will tell you that we've seen the retreat in bond yields of nearly 50 basis points. I think it's playing it too cute to say to yourself, okay, if you're long bonds, you want to sell them now. I don't think that's the right move. I think owning bonds is still the right move, and there's better opportunity, more value opportunity that exists in the bond market relative to stocks. Yeah. And I think a lot of that resides in the fact that I just see this economic contraction, and the economic contraction is going to build momentum. And that's the benefit of bonds.
So you Jenny, would be a seller of this move that we've seen this week? You said you didn't like to say it, but you said you'd fade it.
I think if we got 4,400, 4,500, and if that's your price target, 4,500, we just need to remember that's 3.5% higher than where we are now. But stocks are moving crazily under it, so I have things that are up 30% in 5 days, and yeah, if the market drifts a little higher, I'd be comfortable taking money off the table.
At what point do the bears or folks who are more cautious, just sort of capitulate and say, Fed's probably done. The economy actually may hang in there good enough. Earnings are going to hang in there good enough, and it's time to get more positive on stocks. What's the answer to that question?
Good enough to justify expectations for earnings next year. I think that's a hard ask. I mean, that to me is what is good enough. I mean, if we're looking at less than 1% GDP growth next year, that's not a recession, but that's certainly a lot lower than what we've experienced today. And that, in our view, is going to be driven by the consumer. And so I think it's important to note, when do we get excited and when do we capitulate? I think it's more about underlying positioning. I mean, again, we're neutral equities, we're cautious, but we've talked about this, Scott, and you've asked me a lot of questions.
When do you want to be overweight equities? I'm trying to get to the bottom of when do the more cautious people, what's the signal?
You know what?
Because I'm sure viewers who are watching are in the same camp, right? Not everybody's bullish. Not everybody's uber bearish. I'm sure there are some people in the camp of, well, I thought the market was going to be a lot worse than it is. What's the signal I need to look for so I can stop listening to the bears tell me don't get into stocks, don't be in stocks, be neutral stocks?
We're late cycle right now. We are not early cycle. Until we see a bottoming of economic activity, when we become more comfortable that we're entering into early cycle, then I don't think you want to be overweight stocks. However, there are opportunities underneath, and so that's why we're not significantly underweight stocks right now.
What's the counter to that?
I would say this. The bearish narrative will get even more bearish if we hit above 4,600, 4,700, because it'd be all about valuation and they're going to go crazy. They will not be bullish until we see a massive sell-off under 4,000, capitulation, and a potential negative quarter in GDP. There's no doubt that we're going to see a contraction in growth, but that does not mean we're going to see a recession. It just means a slowdown. Oh, by the way, we're back to the 90s. And I think that's kind of what we're going to be seeing.
And here are the numbers on that. The numbers on that are, if we look at next year's earnings, 247, and you put a 16.5 multiple on it, markets between 3,900 and 4,000, right? And so I think if I were positioned in a bearish way and I were going to reverse my trend on that, or say, hey, I'm going to go bullish from here, I would need the market to be trading between, 16.5 times, maybe 16 times.
I want to just give everyone a little bit of glimpse of how powerful this rally has been this week. It is a powerful short covering rally, and I've traded S&P futures and NASDAQ futures all week, and I can tell you, anytime you get the slightest dip, it's bought.
Look at Apple.
The market returns. Look at where we are.
Look
right
at
now.
Apple, for example.
We're right back to the highs in the S&P futures as we're sitting here. every attempt to sell it off, you see significant buying. And that's an indication that from a positioning perspective, everyone was overwhelmingly short. So all the billionaires that are bearish, they're probably in there buying futures.
Apple, to me, is a perfect example of your fourth consecutive quarter of, negative revenue growth year on year. Concerns about the holiday quarter, which is bread and butter when you have the new phone. And yet the stock, it wasn't down hardly at all. And now it's rallying off of where it was at the lowest levels. I'm not suggesting, or who knows if it's going to go positive, but that is hardly, that's why I gave it only a half in terms of the 4 for 4. That's hardly a sell-off at all.
But again, it's back to positioning, and we discussed on Closing Bell yesterday, when you looked at the put to call skew, it was at the 80th percentile, favoring puts. And you have not had that type of bearish representation in the options market for Apple since literally 2018. So you're talking about levels that you haven't reached in 5 years. The market came into the Apple report needing something really bearish to extend the negative momentum.
So do I want to stay, Brian, with mega caps like Chris Harvey of Wells says, stick with the Uber caps into year's end? Is that the best place to be? Even as things look a little broader over the last few days, Russell's, ripping near 3% today. 3% in one day for the Russell.
We would say you want to be there as core positions, but not all of the magnificent.
You want to be overweight mega cap tech?
We're overweight tech, so technically yes, I would say yes. But we also are advocating small cap, and so we think that there's going to be a broader participation, and small caps come along for the ride.
In terms of small caps, do you want to be in regional banks like Bill Gross calls the bottom yesterday and buys a handful of those? Truist, Citizens, KeyCorp, First Horizon?
Those are too big for us on small cap land. We're talking more like First Citizens or Glacier Bancorp because clean balance sheets and great management, those types of banks.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Coming up, our chart of the day. We do have a major drop today in one cybersecurity stock. We do have ownership on the desk. We'll trade that coming up.
8555.
All right, chart of the day. Let's show it to you. It's Fortinet, and it is down 16%. Joe T.
Yes, sir.
In the Joe T.
Mm-hmm. Why is that chart of the day? I wanted Gartner to be the chart of the day.
Hey, I got
that should be the
negative
chart of the
too.
day, IT. All right, let's talk about Fortinet.
Let's do it.
You know I'm going to tell you this is idiosyncratic. Otherwise, CrowdStrike would be lower. Palo Alto would be a lot lower than where it is right now. This is sales execution, which is evidence that it's idiosyncratic. Their firewall products are where they're seeing significant challenges. You know there's nothing I could do about this until the end of January. Not every stock in your position is going to work. And this is a stock that...
You just rebalanced. You're already having, rebalancer's remorse?
No, it is what it is. No, not at all. Not every stock is going to be perfect in a portfolio. This is a stock, by the way, that we initiated in November of 2020 at $24. In October of 2022, we were out of it at $49. We bought it back in July at a very high price point. It looks ugly right now, and it is not a referendum in any regard on cybersecurity itself.
No, this seems to be a referendum on this stock, which, by the way,
specific to Fortinet.
Cantor Fitzgerald, target cut to 50 from 75. That's a big, big cut.
Okay.
Downgraded at JP Morgan to 52 from 67. Target cut at Stifel to 52 from 69. Evercore ISI to 51 from 78. Seems like the street is really resetting expectations on the direction of the stock.
And they absolutely should. And it'll be dealt with at the end of January. I'm happy today that we're equally weighted. But look at where we are today. We're doing just fine. Gartner, IT, ticker symbol IT.
All right, Palo Alto, Jenny. How about it? Is this as idiosyncratic as Joe suggests?
I think it is. And if we remember last quarter, Fortinet announced the stock was down, Palo Alto followed.
Yep.
Then when Palo Alto reported a couple weeks later, they saw it really was idiosyncratic and Palo Alto rallied dramatically. But the reason that we've always owned Palo Alto instead of Fortinet is we've seen it as a more diversified product line of cybersecurity and a more resilient, sustainable free cash flow yield. They both have high free cash flow yield, but our version on Palo Alto was just more resilient than Fortinet, and so far that's played out to be accurate.
Yeah.
B. Belsky, what do you think?
We own Palo Alto, great management team, cash flow is great, but do not underestimate.
Well, you think the management team's probably great at every company you own.
No, I don't.
What do you mean?
Actually don't, because I sold some stocks because we got it wrong.
Team.
We sold some stocks because we got it wrong recently, but don't underestimate how important some of the redistribution back into bricks and mortar aerospace and defense has been the last 6 weeks too, because of what's going on around the world. So that might have had something to do with it as well.
All right, headlines now. Dom Chu, what do you have for us?
All right, so Judge, President Biden and First Lady are traveling to Lewiston, Maine this afternoon after last week's mass shooting. They are going to pay respects to the victims and meet with the families and the community there as well. President Biden has been calling on Congress to pass an assault weapons ban, increase red flag laws, and institute universal background checks. An appeals court has rejected Ivanka Trump's request to avoid testifying in her family's fraud trial. The former president's daughter had argued that testifying, quote, in the middle of a school week would cause her, quote unquote, undue hardship. The ruling means Ivanka Trump will testify in court on Wednesday. The former president is scheduled to appear on Monday. And the Star CEO announced today that the network and streaming service will lay off more than 10% of its workforce and is leaving the Australia and UK markets. That's according to an email to staff obtained by CNBC. Starz is also planning to separate itself from Lionsgate in the first quarter. The two have been one company since Lionsgate acquired Starz back in 2016, Scott. Those are your headlines. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, I appreciate that. Thank you, Dom Chu. Coming up, a travel stock is soaring on earnings today. One firm calls it the best bargain in the space. Joe recently bought it, which means we'll trade it next.